Oh no, he'll take a nap in the middle of it. Opening statement.
Let's see. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back for a second day of hearing on Ms. Bondi's nomination for Attorney General. As I said yesterday, I want everyone to be able to watch the hearing without obstruction. If people stand up and block the views of others behind them, or if they speak out of turn, it's not fair or considerate to others, so officers will remove individuals as they have previously. We didn't have any of these problems yesterday. I don't anticipate it today, but I just think we ought to make everything pretty clear. Before we begin with opening statements from the panel, I want to go through a couple of bookkeeping items and explain how we're going to proceed today. I will give an opening statement and introduce the majority witnesses, and I'll give the opportunity to Senator Durbin to provide an opening statement and introduce his witnesses. Then we will turn to our witnesses for their opening statements. Following their statements, we will begin with the first round of questions in which each senator will have 5 minutes. Yesterday, we met from 9:30 until 3 p.m. so that every senator, both Democrat and Republican, could question Ms. Bondi. We heard from Senator Scott and Schmidt, who gave their strong endorsement of Ms. Bondi. Their introductions described her extensive experience, outstanding qualifications, and character. Yesterday's testimony showed that Ms. Bondi is certainly experienced and capable to serve as our nation's chief law enforcement officer at this very critical time. She is very well qualified for the position, serving 18 years as prosecutor and 8 years as Attorney General for the state of Florida. Florida, the third most populous state in our nation. She will enact desperately needed changes at a department that has been politicized and weaponized for partisan ends. With almost 30 years of experience behind her, she will restore both morale and law and order to the department badly needed, in need of strong leadership. Her commitment to the rule of law emerged as a central theme of our discussions yesterday, and as I made clear in my opening statement yesterday, that is what I believe the department in this country desperately needs. Today, the purpose is to hear from an outside panel of witnesses, and we're grateful that all of you are here this morning to express your views on this nominee. I will go ahead and introduce the 3 majority witnesses before I turn over to Ranking Member Durbin. First is Dave Ehrenberg. Until just a few days ago, Mr. Ehrenberg was the elected Democrat state attorney for Florida's 15th Judicial District. He served in that role for 3 terms since he was elected in 2012. Mr. Ehrenberg also previously served in the Florida State Senate and as a White House fellow in both Clinton and Bush administrations at the Treasury Department. He has known Ms. Bondi since 2010 when he ran to be the Attorney General of Florida, a position Ms. Bondi obviously won. Notwithstanding their political differences, Ms. Bondi appointed Mr. Ehrenberg to be her drug czar to combat the opioid epidemic, and through that work, he came to know Ms. Bondi very well. Second, we have Mr. Nicholas Cox, who is Florida's longest-serving statewide prosecutor. He has served in that role since 2011. In his capacity as statewide prosecutor, Mr. Cox focuses on cases involving human trafficking, drug abuse, fraud, organized crime, gang violence, cyber crimes, and crimes against seniors. Mr. Cox also previously served a member of the faculty of Stetson University College of Law, where he taught trial advocacy, consumer law, counseling and negotiations, and criminal procedure. Mr. Cox has extensively experienced observing Ms. Bondi's work as a lawyer and administrator. Ms. Bondi began her career as an intern in his office while serving as Attorney General. She appointed him to his current office. Third and last, we have Sheriff Emery Gainey, a career law enforcement officer with more than 40 years' experience. Sheriff Gainey has served as the sheriff of 2 counties in Florida. When Ms. Bondi served as Attorney General, he served as her Director of Law Enforcement and Director of Victim Services. Through his work as law enforcement officer in Florida, Sheriff Gainey is very familiar with Mrs. Bondi's work with state, local, and federal law enforcement, as well as her work to address drug abuse, fight human trafficking, and victims of crime. Thanks, all of you, for serving. Senator Durbin.
Thanks, Chairman Grassley. I want to take a moment to reflect on yesterday's session with Ms. Bondi. There seemed to be a meeting of minds on criminal justice reform and the pressing need to protect our children online. Those are good things. There are still some outstanding issues from yesterday's hearing that I'm struggling with. Let's start with a very important issue. Who won the election in 2020? Why are we still asking that question? For goodness sakes, we moved on to a new election. You would think that'd be over. The reason why that's still a relevant question is it gets to the heart of our democracy. The peaceful transition from one president to a new president by the will of the people without resistance and without denial. Does the phrase hanging Chad have any significance to our witnesses? It does to me and to every American. In the year 2000, Bush versus Gore, there was a contest that went on into December and numerous court contests associated with it as to who actually won that election. There came a moment when Al Gore stood up and said, that's it, it's over. I've gone to court, I can keep going to court, but I don't think that's in the best interest of this country. I concede, George W. Bush won. You didn't hear Democrats at that saying, never say that in public. Never concede that in public. We did. George W. Bush won the election because Al Gore decided to step out at a point when Bush was ahead, period. End of story. That is what a democracy is all about. One person concedes, the other person wins. We move to the next president and ultimately the next election. But that's not the case in the year 2020. We still have a candidate, in this case, President Trump, who's in denial as to what happened in 2020. And as a consequence, some characterize it a big lie, whatever you want to characterize it. It really is an important question because it gets to the fundamentals of anyone seeking a position in the cabinet of this president or serving our nation. Do they acknowledge the peaceful transition of power in 2020 from Donald Trump to Joe Biden? The answer is yes. The reason is we had the certification of the electoral vote. Senator Klobuchar remembers that well. And we went through the process we're supposed to go through in our Constitution. End of story. But yet when I asked that simple question of Ms. Bondi yesterday, she was unable to say just expressly yes. Joe Biden received more votes than Donald Trump and was elected president in 2020. Why is that such a hard question? I don't understand. Why couldn't she state it plainly that that's what happened? When a nominee for Attorney General is afraid to state a simple fact, then what does it say about the future of our democracy and the credibility of our system of justice? She not only refused to acknowledge President Trump's defeat in 2020, she also said, quote, there was a peaceful transition of power. Let me repeat that, a peaceful transition of power. Seen the videotapes? What happened here on January 6th? Can you imagine if the news came on and said, did you hear what happened in London today? A mob stormed the Houses of Parliament, crashed through the door of the House of Commons, took control of British Parliament, and we hope that the police can take control back in a matter of hours so they can continue their business. What would we say to that? In London, in England, they went through what? A mob storming the Houses of Parliament, knocking down the door? Incredible. Whatever happened to that country? We thought they were leaders in the world. Now reflect for a moment on January 6, 2021, and what we went through. All of us went through individually, being spirited out of the Capitol building, taken to a safe place because of a mob. That was not a peaceful transition of power. And I want to just say, Sheriff Gainey, thank you for joining us today. You may have noticed, we all noticed around here, we're not supposed to notice, we should, the men and women in uniform who protect us in this chamber and throughout these buildings day in and day out. God bless them. But what they went through on January 6th is an outrage. Attacks on them, several lost their lives as a consequence of what they went through. Many were forced into retirement, and hundreds of people were arrested for trespassing and much more serious crimes. Donald Trump characterizes them as political prisoners. The people who attacked our policemen are characterized as political prisoners, and he promises that he's going to give a pardon to all of them on the day that he's sworn into office. I asked a basic question of Ms. Bondi as a chief law enforcement officer, which she would be under as Attorney General. What do you think about the pardons? She wouldn't comment. Well, she made it clear she stood behind the police, but you can make them clear by saying to Donald Trump, this is a bad idea. Anyone who is guilty of violence, certainly guilty of violence, should not be pardoned on the day that you're sworn in as president. So I was at least disappointed by her answer. And then this Kash Patel issue. Kash Patel, I'm going to meet him next week for the first time. I've read an awful lot about him. There's an awful lot to read. He has a lot to say, and he said it, and he's published it in book form. One of the things he said is that he has an enemies list. Secret police agencies throughout history have an enemy list. The American FBI does not and should not. I think there's serious questions about this man, his judgment, and his political values that he would bring to office. Yesterday, Ms. Bondi embraced him as a person's right for the job. I certainly don't feel that way. He's going to have to convince me. So there are questions raised. Having said that, I want to concede two things. First, if I were setting out to hire an attorney, she certainly has the strongest resume and should be hired. Number two, the testimony today, particularly from people of the opposite political party in Florida, is a testimony to the fact that she's been bipartisan and very effective as Attorney General. I will concede that point. When she talks about the things she achieved, I'm impressed. I should be. But the question is, when Donald Trump knocks on her door as Attorney General, and he will, if you question that, ask Jeff Sessions or ask Bill Barr, he will knock on her door and ask her to do something that's going to be a challenge ethically or morally. It's just his nature. He views that office as an office he personally controls. He doesn't. The American people and the Constitution control that office, and we have to resolve whether or not Ms. Bondi is a person to be the next Attorney General. Our first minority witness is Lisa Gilbert, co-president of Public Citizen, a nonprofit organization with more than 500,000 members. The organization has an extensive record of investigating conflicts of interest in public corruption, and Ms. Gilbert will speak to the dangers of confirming someone with corporate interest as Attorney General. Second witness, Mary McCord, Executive Director of the Institute for Constitutional Advocacy and Protection. She's a visiting professor at the prestigious Georgetown Law Center. Prior to these roles, Ms. McCord served for nearly 20 years as Assistant U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, also served as Assistant Attorney General for National Security from 2016 to 2017, and Principal Deputy Assistant Attorney General from 2014 to 2016. Mr. Chairman, at this point, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you. You know, we have this tradition of swearing people in regardless of how honest you are and everything like that, so please rise. Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I've seen all of you say yes to that. Thank you very much. And now you may proceed with your statements, and we'll start with Mr. Ehrenberg and just go across the table that way. So please start out.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Durbin, Senators. In 2010, after serving 8 years as a state senator in Florida, I ran for Florida Attorney General. I faced a fellow state senator in the Democratic primary and one of 3 Republican candidates in a potential general election. Pam Bondi was one of those 3 candidates. This was her first run for political office, and she was the only candidate in the race on either side whom I did not know. At our first candidates forum, she came up to me with a big smile and told me her younger brother, who may be here today, Brad, worked with me at my old law firm as a summer associate and had very complimentary things to say. That was vintage Pam Bondi. My potential future opponent immediately disarmed me by ignoring partisanship to reach out to me as a human being. Pam won her primary, and I lost mine. I then endorsed my Democratic primary, who faced her in the general election, and then Pam won that election too. Despite the fact that I was on the other side of the aisle and did not support her campaign, Pam called me to offer the position as her drug czar to combat the opioid epidemic that was ravaging Florida and to shut down the state's ubiquitous pill mills that fed the nation's addiction. She offered me this position because she knew from the campaign that fighting the opioid epidemic had been my career priority and an important part of my campaign platform. It did not matter that I had a D after my name. She believed I was the best person for the job, regardless of party affiliation. I accepted the position and received a little pushback from my side of the aisle, but nothing compared to what Pam Bondi received. At a party event, one county Republican chairman was so angry that he wagged a finger in front of her face to condemn her decision. He didn't argue that I was unqualified, just that she was resurrecting a Democrat's political career who had just lost badly in a statewide election. On that, he may have had a point. I served as drug czar, though, for 2 years and then got elected as a Democratic state attorney for the next 3 terms, 12 years until last week. But you don't wag a finger in Pam Bondi's face and get away with it. Pam's kind and genuine and loves people, but she's also tough as nails. Pam met this guy's fire with fire, putting her own finger in the party leader's face to defend her new employee, and she didn't care that I was a Democrat or that she didn't know me that well at the time, or that one day this could help me run for office, which it did. She didn't do it because she one day hoped I would have her back at a Senate confirmation hearing. It was just the person she was and still is. When AG Bondi and I began our anti-pill mill initiative, 7 people a day were dying from prescription opioid overdoses, and there were more pain clinics in Florida than McDonald's in Florida. A year later, she convinced a reluctant Republican legislature to pass crucial, long overdue reforms, including a prescription drug monitoring program that dramatically reduced doctor shopping. AG Bondi used her bully pulpit and her bipartisan relationships to get it done. Today, Florida's pill mills are no more. The steady stream of cars from Appalachia that constituted the OxyContin Express are a distant memory, and countless lives have been saved because of our state's days as the drug dealer for the rest of the country is an ignominious part of our past. Pam Bondi and I have always had our political differences, although that has never come between our friendship. I supported the presidential campaigns of Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden, and Kamala Harris. I've been outspoken on cable TV and streaming channels on a host of legal issues, including with Professor McCord, including the dangers of targeting one's political enemies. I was critical of the Durbin investigation, which led to questionable criminal cases and embarrassing acquittals. A prosecutor's job is to follow the evidence and the law without fear or favor. Pam Bondi is a 20-year prosecutor who understands this. Even if she does something as Attorney General of the United States that I disagree with, I believe she will always remain tethered to the law. And there are some important issues where she and I are in complete agreement, such as the need to stop the flow of deadly fentanyl that has become by far the largest killer within the ongoing opioid epidemic. We agree on tough punishments for those who engage in the modern-day slavery known as human trafficking, and for laws that allow victims to have their low-level crimes expunged and to utilize the T-visa program when needed. We agree on the need for treatment courts, which have proven to be a better alternative to incarceration with a lower recidivism rate for many nonviolent drug offenders. And we agree there should be a stronger response to the growing number of anti-Semitic incidents in our country, and especially on college campuses. Senators, I'm grateful for the time to speak with you today and look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Chair Grassley, Ranking Member Durbin, thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm Lisa Gilbert, co-president of Public Citizen. Public Citizen is a 54-year-old nonprofit organization with 500,000 members and supporters across the country. We champion the public interest in the halls of power, working to ensure that our government and our economy work for the people, not for wealthy special interests and corporations. On behalf of our members, we stand in opposition to the nomination of Pam Bondi for the role of Attorney General. The mission of the Department of Justice is to work on behalf of the American people, keep our country safe, protect civil rights, uphold the rule of law. Unfortunately, Pam Bondi has numerous troubling potential conflicts of interest from her time as a lobbyist, which call into question her ability to hold corporate wrongdoers accountable. I'll focus my testimony on our concerns about this problem. Public Citizen recently examined the federal lobbying disclosures and Foreign Agents Registration Act reports filed by Bondi and Ballard Partners, her lobbying firm. Our review showed that her client list is full of controversial clients, some of which stand to benefit directly from having their former lobbyist in charge of the DOJ. Over the last 5 years, she represented 30 clients, from large corporations and contractors to a foreign government. In addition, during her earlier time as Florida Attorney General, a recent New York Times review found several pieces of evidence that seemed to demonstrate her general tendency to assist corporate allies and corporate lobbyists' strong belief that Bondi was exceptionally accessible to lobbyists and amenable to the agendas of their corporate clients. Bondi had a large number of domestic clients, but today I'll highlight just two. Geo Group, the nation's largest private prisons company, and Amazon, an e-commerce giant. Bondi was registered to lobby the first Trump White House in 2019 for Geo Group. Both DOJ and DHS inspectors general have been critical of prison management of Geo Group, and they stand to profit substantially if the Trump administration's new immigration detention and deportation policies result in filling empty or underutilized beds in their facilities. As a real precedent for this concern, Public Citizen did research back in 2019, which showed Geo Group's contract dollars rose by over 40% in the first 2 years of the Trump term. Now to Amazon. They're, of course, a very well-known tech company. Bondi was registered to lobby for them in 2020. In recent years, they've been investigated by the DOJ over injury rates and workplace safety at their warehouses, been referred to the DOJ by a bipartisan group of lawmakers for potential criminal obstruction, and had their robo-taxi unit federally investigated over safety concerns. In addition, DOJ and the FTC recently reached a settlement with Amazon regarding children's privacy violations via Alexa. And of course, Amazon also receives multi-billion-dollar contracts from multiple federal agencies, ranging from DoD to NASA. Beyond these examples of potential domestic entanglements, Bondi was registered as a foreign agent, lobbying on behalf of foreign governments and officials. To highlight just two, Bondi worked for both the Embassy of Qatar and a Kuwaiti investment firm. For Qatar, the goal was the improvement of their often criticized human rights record before the 2022 World Cup. For the Kuwaiti investment firm, the work was an attempt to free a Russian money manager arrested in Kuwait on terms of embezzlement from her and her staff to the tune of tens of millions of government funds. So, to conclude, we believe a person with this deep record of controversial business and foreign government lobbying should not be considered for Attorney General. A well-functioning DOJ needs to be tough on corporate crime and work to improve the lives of our communities. This level of corporate entanglement just speaks to exactly the wrong incentives. During the first Trump term, corporate enforcement plummeted at the DOJ, and we really fear a repeat of this pattern. Public Citizen, to that end, recently created a tracker of ongoing federal investigations that are at risk of being dropped or weakened or modified. The tracker includes 237 investigations, which has cases against 192 distinct companies. Shockingly, nearly 1/3 of those companies have known ties to the incoming Trump administration. And as highlighted throughout my testimony, Pam Bondi is no exception. To be clear, we do not think that this level of corporate alignment can be addressed simply by recusals. Bondi's broad representation of and lobby registration for corporate interests is much more than a list of potential conflicts. It instead represents an overall sense of prioritization. It's a net of potential conflicts that there really isn't a realistic escape from. If her nomination as Attorney General proceeds, we are really concerned that she will take actions that reflect the needs of these types of entities. So with that, I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to present the views of Public Citizen and welcome any questions.
Good morning, Chairman Grassley, Ranking Member Durbin, and members of the Senate Judiciary Committee. Thank you for allowing me to testify before you today on behalf of United States Attorney General nominee Pamela J. Bondi. My name is Emery Gainey. I am a 40-year career law enforcement officer who has served at all levels of law enforcement, to include the sheriff of 2 Florida counties. It has been my distinct pleasure and honor of knowing and working with Ms. Bondi since 2010. As a member of her senior executive staff, I served as the Director of Law Enforcement, Victim Services, and Criminal Justice Programs when she assumed the office of Attorney General in 2011, and I continued to serve in those capacities through her 8-year tenure as Attorney General. To this day, we maintain a very close professional, personal, and family relationship. I want to speak this morning on Ms. Bondi's commitment to the just and proper enforcement of the law, demonstrated through her well-earned relationships with local, state, and federal law enforcement partners throughout the United States. During her service as a prosecutor in Florida's 13th Judicial Circuit, Ms. Bondi had well-established, deep-rooted relationships with local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies. Upon becoming Attorney General, she immediately began the process of meeting all law enforcement leaders throughout the state of Florida to establish partnerships to ensure that our citizens and visitors to our state receive the most effective law enforcement and victim services available. One critical issue that she immediately took on was the emerging proliferation of deadly designer drugs, specifically those referred to as bath salts, that our state had been facing prior to her being elected as Attorney General. Ms. Bondi called together our stakeholders, to include prosecutors, law enforcement, our Office of Drug Control, our state lab directors, and many others, to not only seek to understand this new trend in our state, but to seek immediate solutions to stop the spread of these deadly substances that were taking the lives of our citizens. From these stakeholder meetings, she developed a strategy and a call to action to immediately outlaw these dangerous bath salt substances. Utilized in Florida's rule-making statutes and bipartisan support from Florida's legislature, she was able to permanently ban the sale of these deadly drugs, despite the continuous efforts by those who altered their formulas in order to circumvent Florida law in an attempt to keep multiple versions of these harmful substances on some of the shelves of some of our retailers. These actions, in conjunction with our public and private partners, began to effectively address a growing trend in illegal substance abuse in our state. Ms. Bondi's commitment to the rule of law was also evident in her taking the lead role investigating and prosecuting crimes involving gang activities, organized retail theft, human trafficking, and a host of other criminal activities. She demonstrated her deep commitment to keep and restore the lives of victims of human trafficking through her leadership on Florida's statewide Council on Human Trafficking by investing in and supporting safe houses for victims. She also partnered with multiple private businesses to help combat human trafficking in both the sex and labor industries by establishing a zero-tolerance toolkit to train their staff in identifying and reporting suspected cases of human trafficking. I want to now focus on her compassionate side of her tenure, where she was and remains a staunch supporter of crime victims and crime victim rights. One of her roles as Florida's Attorney General was the delivery of crime victim services. The Florida Attorney General's office was the recipient of and administered the third largest annual award of federal crime victim compensation funds, in addition to the state of Florida crime victim funds. Ms. Bondi dedicated a team of experienced victim advocates and crime compensation professionals to work with our local governmental and non-governmental agencies to ensure crime victims receive all the benefits allowable under state and federal laws. Her personal compassion was constantly on full display when meeting with crime victims and their families. I stood beside her at crime scenes when she visited victims in hospital rooms, at family relocation centers, at conferences for victims of crimes, and many times one-on-one in her offices. She demonstrated her commitment to fairness and justice by not only rigorously seeking to hold perpetrators of crime responsible for their acts of violence, but she also demonstrated the same level of passion, care, and empathy for those innocent citizens who found themselves, through no fault of their own, a victim of some of the most horrific crimes committed by individuals against fellow human beings. Mr. Chairman, the United States of America and the American people will be well served by confirming Pamela J. Bondi as our next United States Attorney General. Thank you.
Distinguished members of the committee, thank you for inviting me to testify about the importance of the independence of the Attorney General and the Department of Justice when making investigative and prosecutorial decisions. Before my current position at Georgetown Law, I served for nearly 20 years as a federal prosecutor under Republican and Democratic administrations, and 3 years at Maine Justice, first as Principal Deputy Assistant Attorney General, and later the Acting Assistant Attorney General for National Security. I stayed through the transition into the Trump administration before leaving in May of 2017. I do not know Pam Bondi. I am here today to speak because of my long career at the department, my reverence for the department and its mission and its independence. The lawyers and law enforcement officials at the Department of Justice are critical to preventing the weaponization of the department and preserving impartial adherence to the rule of law. For the Attorney General, this means taking seriously their oath of office, which is to the Constitution, not the President. It means recusal if their impartiality regarding any particular investigation or case could reasonably be questioned. And it means reaffirming long-standing policies limiting contacts between the department and the White House on specific investigations and cases. The oath to the Constitution means that if there is inconsistency between what the President may ask the Attorney General to do and what the Constitution requires, the Attorney General must choose the latter. Although she is a member of the President's cabinet and therefore expected to implement the President's policy priorities, her duties are limited by the Constitution. That means, among many other things, not targeting people or associations for investigation or prosecution based on protected speech or association, not executing searches without a warrant, not denying the equal protection of the law to all people within the United States. It also means that any prior role as part of the President's legal defense team is over once the oath of office is taken. The Attorney General is not the President's personal attorney. She is the attorney for the United States. When President Ronald Reagan nominated William French Smith, his former personal attorney, to be the Attorney General, Smith was asked during his confirmation hearing how he proposed to ensure that his former relationship would not compromise his independence. Smith responded, "I would have to be very conscious of situations where it could appear that because of that relationship, a problem might be created." Smith recognized that legitimate concerns might require his recusal in certain cases to avoid the appearance of impropriety. As relevant to Ms. Bondi, her work defending President Trump during the first impeachment proceedings and public statements she has made about potential prosecutions of those involved in cases against President Trump could create, at the very least, the appearance of a lack of independence if she were to open investigations into people involved in those matters. Similarly, any involvement in any civil case against the DOJ, a civil case against the DOJ, about which President Trump's attorneys have given notice and which seeks more than $100 million for alleged rights violations arising out of the Mar-a-Lago search, could reasonably raise concerns about Ms. Bondi's impartiality that could only be addressed through recusal. In 1978, 4 years after President Nixon's resignation after Watergate, Attorney General Griffin Bell established the first of what has become known as the department's White House contacts policy. It has been reaffirmed by attorneys general under both Republican and Democratic presidents ever since. The DOJ policy recognizes the tension between protecting the department's independence in making decisions about criminal and civil law enforcement while also preserving the president's ability to perform his constitutional obligations to take care that the law be faithfully executed. The policy thus bars the department from advising the White House about pending or contemplated enforcement actions subject to limited exceptions while permitting communications about the advancement of the administration's policies. Just as in Bell's time, in order to insulate those who initiate and supervise law enforcement investigations, such as line prosecutors and their supervisors, communications with the White House about specific cases must involve only the Attorney General or Deputy Attorney General at the department and the counsel or deputy counsel to the President or Vice President at the White House. A parallel White House policy memorialized by counsels to the President over multiple administrations and directed to all White House staff contains similar restrictions on contacts with all departments and agencies. The incoming Attorney General would be well advised to continue to adhere to the White House contacts policy and to urge the White House counsel to do the same. In closing, public respect for the Department of Justice begins with public respect for the Attorney General. That respect comes from the impartial adherence to the rule of law, free from improper political influence. The Senate should ensure that the next Attorney General is committed to taking the steps to earn that respect.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you very much for allowing me to be here today. For a man from a small town in Florida whose father was a trucker and mom was a mail carrier, this is, being before the United States Senate, this is a true blue honor, so thank you for allowing me to be here. I know Pam Bondi. I've known her for about 35 years, and I've known her as a prosecutor. I've been her colleague. I've been her supervisor. She's been my supervisor. And I know her as the statewide prosecutor of Florida. And I hope to share with you a little bit today about what I know about Ms. Bondi professionally and what I know about her as a prosecutor and what I do know about her as how she will handle the job of United States Attorney General if you also decide. When it comes to criminal prosecution, Pam Bondi is unquestionably an ace. She did everything from batteries, DUIs, first-degree capital murder cases. She has experienced almost everything within the American justice system, from going to the scenes of these tragedies, to the courtrooms, to the witness rooms, holding hands with the victims of these crimes. Pam really has done it all. She appreciates the rules that make our criminal justice system the best in the world. And I wholeheartedly believe she will apply them and she will follow them. Ms. Bondi is a tenacious but a very thoughtful prosecutor. Crimes of violence upset her the most. She and I tried dozens of cases together before juries, including first-degree murders. Her level of preparation was simply outstanding. Her ability to connect with and speak to them on an understandable level was excellent. Juries loved her. Defense counsel respected her, and courts listened to her. It was clear that Ms. Bondi was there because she believed what she was doing. She believed in the case she was presenting. And she really did have that undefinable something that made everybody in the courtroom, juries, judges, maybe even defense lawyers sometimes, want her to succeed. She was excellent and still is. Ms. Bondi is tough. She quickly earned the title of career criminal prosecutor at a very young age due to her very clear feelings about repeat offenders and also her outstanding abilities in the courtroom. Her task was clear: prosecute the habitual offenders seeking out the highest sentence possible. And she did just that. She wouldn't budge in plea bargaining with these repeat offenders that had proven time and time again They weren't going to comply with our laws. And she always held them responsible for their offenses. Due to her tough on crime approach, she found herself in court trying cases before judges and juries routinely. And she loved to be in the courtroom. She loves being in trial. You know, the impact that prosecutors have on lives of people was never lost on Ms. Bondi. I sometimes find myself telling our prosecutors at the Office of Statewide Prosecution, please remember what we're doing here. Our jobs are great. We are so fortunate to have these jobs. But the amount of power that we wield and how this power will impact people is remarkable. Just the issuance of a simple subpoena can ruin a life, and that's an everyday thing for us. Pam Bondi understands that. She realizes it. As you've heard, she's done it for 18 years in the courtroom, and also the 8 more as the Attorney General. When she became the Attorney General, she didn't forget her experiences as a prosecutor. One of the things that she brought for me as Florida statewide prosecutor, which I'm very fortunate now to have continue under our current Attorney General in Florida, Ashley Moody. One of the things she did is she really shielded me from the politics. She understood how politics can impact what we do every day in a courtroom. And I will forever be grateful to both of them for shielding me from those politics. With all due respect, prosecutors, we don't usually want to be politicians. We just want to go in and do what we're supposed to do. And Pam Bondi made the job not only capable for me to complete, and I feel complete well, but she made it fun. She made it something I really enjoy doing. And I will be forever grateful to her and General Moody for allowing us to do that. You know, I said a lot more in my statement, and I'll let my statement stand. I know it's in the record and you all will hear it, and I've got about 12 seconds left. But I do want to say that on the question of independence, I've experienced times with Pam Bondi where I've said to her, it's a different role than what you all are talking about, but where I've said to Pam Bondi, General, no, we can't do that. She might disagree with me. She may let me know she disagrees with me. But in the end, she'd look at me and say, do what you've got to do. And that happened several times, a lot. She understands that. And I think she will be an excellent Attorney General. Chairman, if I might say to my colleagues at the Department of Justice, the prosecutors, as Mr. Ehrenberg said publicly, they have nothing to fear from Pam Bondi as a prosecutor. And to the contrary, I truly believe they will love working for her. Pam Bondi understands the rule of law. She understands the impact on lives. She understands what we do. And I believe wholeheartedly that all of them will love working for Pam Bondi like I have. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much.
I thank all of you for being very careful about not going over the 5 minutes. Thank you all very much for that. I'm going to start with you, Mr. Ehrenberg, and my staff gives me information that maybe you don't mind telling people that you vote for Democrats and that you voted against President Trump. If you, I'm just saying that you probably don't mind us saying that, or you wouldn't have told us. You clearly have political differences with Ms. Bondi, and I'm sure you disagree with her on many issues. So what would you say to critics of Ms. Bondi who believe that she is, quote unquote, too partisan to serve as our nation's Attorney General?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Those critics should talk to her political opponents in the past, like me, like Dan Gelber, who was the Democrat who beat me, who ran against her in the general election. They're friends. It's rare these days that you see people who battle it out in a general election remain friends after all these years. She had relationships across the aisle within the Florida legislature. I know because I was in the Florida legislature before I ran for Attorney General, and I saw it up close. I think some of the criticism comes in that she is loyal to President Trump, and she is. She is. But I never believed that if asked to do something illegal, that she would knowingly do that. She would never step across the line. In my mind, I can't imagine her doing that. I echo what Nick Cox said, is that she's always been tethered to the law. She understands, as a 20-year prosecutor, that prosecutors have to follow the evidence and the law. And because of her background as someone who is not a super partisan, she had never run for office before running for Attorney General. She doesn't come from the world of politics. She comes from the world of prosecutors and in the criminal justice system, that I do believe that she will act in a way that is always tethered to the law and will not cross that line to making purely political decisions.
You worked with her on drug issues very much. Seeing how Ms. Bondi handled the opioid crisis in Florida, how do you think she will handle the crisis on a national level?
I think she's going to get tough on fentanyl across the border. I don't know the specifics on how she plans to tighten up on it, but I know she's going to make it a priority, because when we had an opioid epidemic in Florida and we were the drug supplier for the rest of the country, she went to a reluctant Republican-dominated legislature and told them we needed to pass this prescription drug monitoring program, something that had been stalled for a decade in Tallahassee, and she got it done. I had run on that platform. If I had been elected Attorney General as a Democrat, I don't think I could have persuaded that legislature to do it, but she had the credibility. It took Nixon to go to China. It took her to convince a recalcitrant Republican legislature to pass these needed reforms. So I don't know specifically what she will do, but I know that she will not shy away from standing up to people in her own party who will disagree with her on it.
Mr. Cox, you've worked with Ms. Bondi for 3 decades, and you're also a longest-serving statewide prosecutor. Some have suggested that Ms. Bondi's lobbying and political career will influence her decision-making. In your decades of working with her, have you ever known her to make a decision that was illegal or unethical?
Absolutely not. Ms. Bondi, as Mr. Ehrenberg referred to, and quite honestly, Ms. McCord could tell you as well, being a prosecutor is about focusing on the law and focusing on the evidence and focusing on really what's right. That's what our job is, to do justice. I know that she's embraced that. She's practiced that. I have never seen anything untoward in any of the cases I ever worked with Ms. Bondi.
And Sheriff Gainey, you served as Ms. Bondi's Director of Law Enforcement and Victim Services. You spoke in your opening statement about Ms. Bondi's work at federal, state, and local, with state and federal and local law enforcement. What would you say is Ms. Bondi's biggest achievement as Florida's Attorney General from the perspective of you as a law enforcement officer?
Senator, her willingness to partner with law enforcement is not uncommon for her to call together sheriffs and police chiefs, state law enforcement and federal, to seek from those leaders and directors what the issues are. Florida is a large state. Those issues are vast, and they change from one state to the other. She sits down with those partners, discusses those issues, and then fiercely do everything in her power to ensure that the men and women in our state and our federal offices in our state have the resources and the tools to do their job. Was not uncommon. We had, during legislative session, Sheriff's Association met in her office. The Florida Prosecutors Association met in her office. She provided space so it can be there to consult with her and her team and her staff on a regular basis as we address issues before our legislature every single year.
Senator Durbin.
Sheriff Gainey, let me follow up with you on that subject. You're aware of what happened here January 6th in the Capitol complex and the law enforcement personnel who were attacked by the mob, the demonstrators, and a number of them, hundreds of them, have been prosecuted, and some are serving sentences for violent felonies against our police. Was there anything like that in your background dealing with Ms. Bondi, where she's been called on to make a decision on standing up for law enforcement in similar circumstances?
Senator, every single day, quite frankly. She had worked with, we unfortunately experienced law enforcement officers killed in the state of Florida. She was there not only to work with those law enforcement agencies and those families, the respected prosecutors, whether it was our statewide or our local prosecutors or our federal prosecutors. She was a fierce supporter to make sure that the laws of the state of Florida was enforced, that men and women of law enforcement were supported, and that their families knew that she supported them on a regular basis.
Mr. Cox, you talked about several experiences you had with Ms. Bondi when she was under political pressure. Could you tell us a little bit more about one of those?
Quite candidly, there was some pressure at the beginning when Mr. Ehrenberg mentioned about the, oh, I apologize.
You want to pull that microphone close to you?
That is the first time anyone's asked me to pull a microphone closer.
I may change my mind. Go ahead.
You wouldn't be the first. Many judges have. Ranking Member Durbin, yes, right from the beginning, when Mr. Ehrenberg mentioned about the problems we had with the opioid epidemic and the pill mills, she was actually, I will say this, was getting some pushback from our governor, Senator Rick Scott. And it was about the PDMP. And I was there when she sat down with Senator Scott. I believe Sheriff Gainey was there with us as well. And we had a couple sheriffs, and we were speaking with Ms. Bondi about it. She called the governor, now senator, I apologize, right then, and put him on the phone with us and had us discuss with him the need for the PDMP, the Prescription Drug Monitoring Database, and which ended up making a massive change. And to the senator's credit, he sat down and listened to us, asked us questions, and in the end, she convinced him we needed it. And as I recall, it was within the next week or two that he came up here and he announced his support for our PDMP. You know, she didn't have an agreement with a person who she loves. I mean, she very much got along very well with then Governor Scott. And she confronted him about it and changed his mind.
Now, here's a track record.
Yes, sir.
This newly elected president, as former president, fired 2 attorneys general under circumstances where they disagreed with him. Senator Sessions in one instance and Bill Barr in another, and they were both fired. So it's pretty clear that he is not adverse to taking a different position than his attorney general and having a pretty short temper when it comes to dealing with it. That's the reality of what we see on the record, not once but twice. Can you understand our concern about whether she would react positively if he put that pressure on her?
I can understand your concern, yes, sir. But the Pam Bondi I know as a prosecutor, where her heart is as a prosecutor, and having my experience with her, myself telling her no when she was the Attorney General, I believe she will stand up to it. I truly believe that. She understands what our duty is. She understands, I think, the boundaries of the ethics that she mentioned several times yesterday. She understands all of that. And she's a true prosecutor. Yes, sir, I believe she will do it.
Thank you. Ms. Gilbert, on this question of conflicts of interest and recusal, Ms. McCord, I invite you to answer this as well in the short time left. You seem to suggest that she can't recuse herself out of her current situation. Her background as a lobbyist and attorney representing private interests, that she might be able to find some response to it, but it can't overcome what you called systemic or whatever the characterization you used. Haven't we had attorneys general in the past with backgrounds in the private sector facing similar circumstances?
We have had lobbyists become attorney general in the past, but nowhere near the scope and scale of Ms. Bondi, with 30 clients of her own in just the last 5 years and coming from a firm that represents such a broad swath of corporate America. It would be very hard for her to remove herself from every situation that touches on these corporate interests. One easy example, I mentioned Geo Group. There's not a pending enforcement action or investigation into them. There is one into their top rival, the other biggest private prison company, Core Civic. She would not be expected to recuse herself from that. However, ramifications from it could impact Geo Group. And so it's just one small example of how interconnected corporate America is and how hard it will be for her to remove herself from all these situations.
I think my time is up. You next time.
Yeah, I'll be acting on behalf of the chair, and I am next in the order. Mr. Ehrenberg, you ran in a primary, got defeated by a Democrat, endorsed that Democrat in the general election against Pam Bondi, and Pam Bondi hired you? Thank you.
Correct, Senator.
Thank you. And actually, I can tell that you've still got a liberal leaning, because in the same sentence that you complimented Pam Bondi, you took a shot at the Republican-led legislature by calling them recalcitrant. So, I mean, folks, you need to pay attention to that. This is somebody who's been a foe, who probably spoke against her in a public setting, and she had the temperament and the good judgment to look past your political views and hire you into her organization. I think that says a lot about people. In fact, I've made friends with the guy that ran against me, and nobody on the Democrat side seems to like him anymore. Ms. Gilbert, this lobbying thing and I don't mean this in the time allowed. Can you talk about specific things that she lobbied for versus the firm that was retained? I don't know if Cutter hit the bingo card today. It may have for you. But then when Ms. Bondi explained that this was $115,000 a month for a firm that was handling human trafficking cases, is that bad? So I'm assuming not. So let's go to the next one. What specifically did she or the firm do for these yesterday? She focused it with Senator Booker on the abysmal state of the Bureau of Prisons. So she's clearly going to drill down on that. What in your due diligence, what specific acts did she, not her firm, did she engage in that makes you feel like her sincerity towards Senator Booker yesterday was not genuine?
I can't speak to her specific sincerity or motivations, but I can look
Speak specifically to what she lobbied for that you expressed as a concern for the Bureau of Prisons, or for the private prisons, specifically what she lobbied for.
Absolutely. So from what we know about her engagements with GEO Group, as mentioned in my testimony, they have been condemned for not having a lot of...
I get it. There are problems with them, but I guess I'm trying to get to what specific issues do you think she carries into this office that would undermine her credibility in trying to do a better job with the Bureau of Prisons? I'm just trying to get to the fact. I'm not an attorney. I don't even play one here. But I'm just trying to figure out what specific acts did she do, other than around here, it'll be on the bingo card for Kash Patel, because we know where that's headed. But what specifically, for any of the high tech, any of them, what specifically did she advocate for, other than the by reference concern that we may have? That's all I want to know from your organization. What specifically have you found about Pam Bondi in a filing, in an argument, in a letter that she specifically said that you believe would undermine her credibility?
Yeah, and I think from our perspective, it is about the appearance of impropriety.
Okay, just appearances. So you don't have a specific example.
It's about the engagement with this entity and the fact
so I get it. But in the same way that we know the facts about Cutter now, because we ask about it, it'll be interesting to see what specific role that she played. Thank you. I appreciate you being here. Ms. McCord, you worked in the Obama administration. Were you a career or political?
The entirety of my time at the Department of Justice, I was in a career position.
You were in a career position? Okay, thank you. Mr. Gainey, it sounds like I did the same thing, or I have done the same thing that I think Pam Bondi has done, just call somebody out of the blue and say, we got to take it a different direction. Isn't it also, she got a lot of blowback from the Republican legislature for some of the work that she was doing, to the point that Mr. Amberg made. Is that true?
That is true, Senator. In fact, it's the call that Mr. Cox referenced. It was on a Saturday morning, to be more specific.
I bet if we went back at the time, like I sometimes get attacked, I bet if we went back at the times, we'd probably find several examples where people were taking shots at her from her side of the aisle for doing something that's proven to be very important. So she strikes me as somebody that was her power, that was her influence back in her time as prosecutor, and she stood up to him and did the right thing and didn't really care whether or not she got reelected. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you all. On behalf of the chair, Senator Klobuchar.
Thank you very much. Thank you also to Senator Durbin, and thank you to the witnesses before us today. I am going to start with you, Ms. McCord. Welcome back to the committee. If we could just go through these answers, because I think it's really important to put this outside of personal friendships, all these things, whether or not the Attorney General is a Democrat, Republican, who's in charge. and you testified that the Attorney General is not the President's personal attorney. In fact, the person is the attorney for the United States, the AG is. And you referenced Attorney General William French Smith's comments at his nomination hearing. Can you talk about the importance of maintaining this distinction that the AG is the attorney for the U.S. and not for the President?
So it's important not only to have the confidence of the career prosecutors and law enforcement officials in the department, but also to the country, because the loyalty does need to be to the United States and to the Constitution. And there may be times, and I think Senator Durbin pointed out times in the previous Trump administration where the Attorney General did not show sufficient loyalty to Donald Trump, and those attorneys lost their positions.
Okay. Thank you. And in your written testimony, you described the Justice Department's White House contacts policy that was established following the Watergate scandal. It's been reaffirmed by AGs under both Republican and Democratic presidents ever since. The policy states that all communications about particular cases from the White House or Congress must be referred to the AG or other high-level officials in the Justice Department in order to preserve the integrity and independence of DOJ investigations from political interference. Yesterday, I asked Ms. Bondi if she agreed with former Attorney General McCasey, Republican Attorney General, that any attempt, that was his words, any attempt by the White House, his words, to interfere with a case is not to be countenanced, and any call to align assistance or to a United States attorney from a political person relating to a case is to be cut and curtailed. She affirmed that she agreed with that statement. You also testified to a parallel White House policy, Ms. McCord. Can you speak to the importance of both the Justice Department and the White House maintaining and abiding by strict contacts policies?
Well, historically, like I said, post-Watergate, these policies have been instituted under Republican and Democratic administrations. In fact, Don McGahn, the White House counsel in the first Trump administration, reissued that White House contacts policy in January of the first term because he recognized the importance that it not just be a DOJ policy, that all within the White House staff know not to pressure the department or other departments and agencies when it comes to specific matters.
And how can Congress exercise its oversight authorities to ensure that the policies on both sides are being followed?
I think starting with the questions you asked yesterday, Senator Klobuchar, is a good start. And if it should come, if there should come any time where it seems like these policies are not being complied with, or if there is a refusal to adopt or continue those policies, those are something that Congress should be very concerned about.
Okay. Ms. Gilbert, you've been before us many times on the subject of antitrust. And as you know, and I know, and many Democrats and Republicans on this committee know, monopolies will go very far to preserve their power. Tech-funded groups, for instance, spent hundreds of millions of dollars against Senator Grassley in my bill, which was, of course, not just supported by consumer groups, but also by groups as conservative as the NFIB, the Small Business Association, because of the unfairness of monopoly tech companies putting their own products at the top of their search engines and the unfair competition that results when they have that kind of power. You know, there are cases out there right now that are really important on monopolies: Google, Apple, Live Nation, Ticketmaster, RealPage, that are being litigated to their fullest. Why is it important that the new AG continue these cases to protect consumers, enhance competition, and just the general question about the rules of the road and how important this is as Senator Grassley and I reintroduce our bill?
Absolutely. Thank you for that question and for your and Senator Grassley's great work in this space. We are hopeful that the new Department of Justice will continue the cases that have been begun over the last 4 years. We've been really excited to see the strong forward momentum for dealing with corporate concentration, taking on monopolies head on. It's so important for consumers. Public Citizen is a consumer organization, and as we think about regular people and engaging with the markets, if they are squeezed out, if they can't sell their products, if there isn't fair competition, if small businesses can't get ahead, these are all problems for regular Americans. And so just really hopeful that the DOJ will continue what they've started, that these cases roll on, and then also want to put a plug in for your fantastic bill, yours and Senator Grassley's. We hope as the DOJ continues, so can the work here in the Senate on this important policy to stop self-preferencing, as you mentioned.
All right. Well, thank you. And I wanted to thank also others on the panel for their important work when it comes to pill mills and what it was and is going on with these horrible, horrible situations where people are getting hooked while people are profiting off of it. Thank you.
On behalf of the chair, Senator Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've heard a lot about the newfound concern that my Democrat colleagues have about independence in the AG's office. Given over the last 4 years, it is ironic. Ms. McCord, I do want to ask you, you're talking about the importance of independence. Is it concerning to you that Eric Holder, while he was Attorney General, described himself as Obama's heat shield and his wingman? Is that concerning to you?
That's probably not the best description of the job of the Attorney General, but I think the record probably speaks for itself and speaks differently.
Okay. Loretta Lynch met with Bill Clinton just days before the FBI interviewed Hillary Clinton on the investigation as it relates to emails. Does that meeting with the spouse and former president of the subject of the investigation, is that concerning to you as it relates to the appearance of independence?
My understanding of that is a chance encounter at an airport on the tarmac, and that does not actually give me concern.
Okay. I don't think that's what happened, but that's an interesting characterization of that. But I think, and I'm going to switch to you now, Mr. Cox, because these are sort of related. I think the frustration a lot of Americans feel and why the decline in trust and faith in the Department of Justice is they saw exactly what happened over the last 4 years, which was a very obvious attempt to try to jail a political opponent. And I'm not going to ask you to comment on that.
Thank you.
Yes. I'm not going to ask you to comment on that, but I think that's why you see a lot of the questions that are asked by my Republican colleagues on this committee. It's just this lawfare. We don't want to see it continue. But what we've seen over the last 4 years is a total disgrace. And I think for the hardworking men and women in the Department of Justice, who aren't engaged in this, it's affected the department's reputation and why I'm such a big believer in Pam Bondi and what she can do and try to restore credibility to an agency that has been weaponized and politicized and get it back to its core function, which is objectively administering justice and taking on violent crime. And I just want to ask you, in your experience with Pam Bondi, this has been what she's done. She's a career prosecutor, right? I mean, you can see her embracing this role of working with, whether it's the U.S. attorneys or other law enforcement around the country, of taking on violent crime, because we need leadership there. We've got a lot of, crime has gone up. And, I'm from a state that has, St. Louis and Kansas City, and we had partnerships when I was Attorney General with the U.S. Attorney's Office to take on violent crime. And when Joe Biden came into office, those were severed for political reasons, which is wrong. It's not a partisan issue. Do you see that as a role that she will play as Attorney General?
Absolutely, but what you just described about the relations with law enforcement is what not only she practiced, she encouraged all of us around her to do. And I could not agree more with you about your assessment of Ms. Bondi on that. Look, we're prosecutors. I mean, at her heart, Pam's a prosecutor. And our job is to go in and fight crime. But, we don't take lightly, those of us that are career prosecutors, that our job is to do justice. I mean, that's what the courts have said. And at her heart, 100%, that's Pam Bondi. It really is. So, yes, and Pam loves law enforcement. I mean, let's not kid each other. We all love law enforcement and everybody and everything they stand for. And so, yes, sir, I believe she would do that with law enforcement and prosecutors. She did it in Florida.
And we'll talk offline about your role. It's an interesting role because in Missouri, the local prosecutors are the ones, there's no office of statewide prosecutors, so I'm not going to ask you about that. I just find that's
not common.
It's not a common thing. But in your experience in serving with Pam Bondi, did you find her committed to enforcing the law equally and impartially?
Oh, Yes, sir, I did. I mean, that's what we're supposed to do. And she embraced it. Yes, sir, she did. She is a complete prosecutor. She is a total prosecutor. And that's why when I speak to her independence, it's because she believes in it and it's in her heart. I mean, you know, seeing her recently, I mean, I know that's where she is. I really truly meant it when I said to my colleagues at the U.S. Department of Justice, if confirmed, you're going to love working with Pam Bondi.
I couldn't agree with you more, which is why I was thrilled to be able to give that introduction yesterday of Pam. I think she's going to be an outstanding Attorney General. And I think she, like I said yesterday, I think she deserves a bipartisan vote, not only in this committee, but on the Senate floor. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you, sir.
Senator Welch, you're next.
Thank you very much. And I think all the witnesses, I read your statements and watched, and I want to thank the Florida folks for being here on behalf of somebody that you know well and worked with a long time. She clearly is a competent person and has quite a resume. So you reaffirmed that. A couple of questions that that I have are less about her and her qualifications and more about this question that looms out there, where there's a mutual concern here about not using the justice system for political reasons. And there's a point of view with my Republican colleagues that it's been used that way in the prosecutions against Donald Trump. I don't agree with that, but I hear them on that. And there's a concern on my part, and I think a lot of our others, that Donald Trump has made very explicit statements that he intends to pursue political adversaries, and he's named them, including my colleague, Mr. Schiff, Liz Cheney. And he is now a president who enjoys the benefit of he will be a president who enjoys the benefit of the immunity decision by the Supreme Court. I strongly disagree with that decision. I don't think anybody is above the law. That's the whole basis upon which our country was founded. But I take him seriously when he says he wants a prosecutor to go after after his political adversaries. And the tradition in the Justice Department since Watergate has been to really create a near firewall between the administration, the executive, and the Justice Department because of its special role. And all of you are law enforcement, so you just know how awesome that power is that you have, and you have to have restraint as well as aggression. So how does an attorney general handle a president who has already put an immense amount of pressure on Bill Barr, one of his attorney general, who did it on Mr. Sessions? And shouldn't we take seriously the president's threat, President Trump's threat, that he's going to go after his political adversaries? And how do we deal with that? And how do we assess that in terms of this decision? I'll ask you, Ms. McCord, to start.
Thank you, Senator. You know, as we know that in the first Trump administration, Attorney General Sessions made the decision to recuse himself from the Russia investigation because of his work with Donald Trump during the campaign and because of meetings he had had with the Russian ambassador during the campaign. He recognized that appearance of impropriety and the need for independence. He also appointed a special counsel to take over that investigation. Those are the kind of steps that are required when there could be pressure, and there was pressure put on Attorney General Sessions. Indeed, I think forever after that recusal decision, he fell out of favor with the president and ultimately was fired. But those are the things that an independent attorney general needs to take seriously and needs to do to demonstrate that commitment to independence from political influence.
And you know, what's difficult here is that none of us know whoever is in that job and is confronted by a very determined President Trump to do something that from the prosecution point of view may not be appropriate. A political prosecution of an adversary for payback. There's no way to know how any of us, as committed as we are, would be able to withstand that pressure. But I'll talk to you, sir. You work with Pam Bondi, and have a high opinion of her. I'll just get I'll give you the opportunity to say how she would be able to withstand what I think is inevitably going to be an enormous amount of pressure by the president at a certain point when he decides, directed towards whoever serves as his attorney general.
Let me start out by saying I've been fortunate enough not to be in that situation because I've had attorneys general that I work for, like Pam Bondi and Ashley Moody. However, a prosecutor's job is a solemn thing. The impact we have on lives is, you mentioned the power, and you're absolutely right. It's got to be respected, it's got to be appreciated, it's got to be embraced. And sometimes that means that I've been in positions before where I've thought, if I do or say this, I could lose my job. But you've got to be willing to do that. I don't know how else to say it. It's tough. It's very tough. My job, fortunately, is really not a political job because of my AGs.
Right.
But you do have to be in the position sometimes when right is right to have to stand up and buck up.
All right, well, thank you very much. I yield back.
Senator Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to each of the witnesses who are here today. Mr. Cox, let me start with you.
Yes, sir.
You worked with Attorney General Bondi for over 35 years.
Yes, sir.
Can you speak to her leadership style and how she managed the Attorney General's office?
Fair, of course, very kind, but firm. She was very decisive. That's what I liked about her. But in her decision, Ms. Bondi always listened. There were times she and I disagreed, several times, many times, where we would disagree, and she would hear me out. Sometimes I'd change her mind, believe it or not. It wasn't often, but it happened. But sometimes, she would listen to me and go the way she felt. That was her job. She was the Attorney General. But she is very firm. She's very decisive. And I will tell you, the number of times I walked with her, she appreciates my role and our role as prosecutors. The number of times I would walk away from her and she wouldn't agree with my decision, maybe on a particular case, and she would tell me, do what you got to do. I mentioned it earlier in my statement. That's the Pam Bondi that I worked with. That's why I'm so confident in her that she can fill this role.
So I think the single most important responsibility that General Bondi will have at the Department of Justice is restoring integrity to the department. I think over the last 4 years, we have seen a pattern of politicization and weaponization of the Department of Justice that has done massive damage to that institution, a storied institution that is incredibly important for the rule of law. Speak to your assessment of General Bondi's integrity and her ability to restore integrity to DOJ.
Might I just answer that first off by saying she's a prosecutor, and that's what we're supposed to do. I've spoke to it several times, and I won't repeat myself, Senator. At her heart, she believes in the system. She believes in what we do. I don't think it gets more, with all due respect to everybody in this room and that may be listening, I don't know how much more serious it gets on impacting lives than being a prosecutor and being a judge who has to handle these cases. And she's always respected that. You know, I mentioned in my statement, she's never forgotten, she's never lost her humanity, and she hasn't. Might I say, I don't know if this is answering your question, Pam Bondi likes people, and she wants people to like her. And I don't know that that's so bad for an attorney general either, but she appreciates the impact of this job. I hope I've answered your question, Senator.
All right, Mr. Ehrenberg, let's turn to you. So you and I have known each other 30 years. We were classmates in law school. It's good to see you. Welcome, welcome to the swamp. You live in Palm Beach, which is a lot nicer weather than it is up here. And you spent 3 terms as the elected state attorney in Palm Beach County. You're a Democrat. You ran as a Democrat. Were elected as a Democrat. And you also, in this last election, voted for Kamala Harris. Is that right?
Correct.
You've also worked closely with General Bondi.
Correct.
In your judgment, describe, same question I asked Mr. Cox, how would you describe her leadership style and how would you describe her integrity?
Well, Senator Cruz, in full disclosure, we weren't just classmates, you and I. We lived in the same dorm first year before either of us had any gray hair.
And burn those pictures.
Fair enough. Mr. Cox is right. She has a very hands-on style. Everyone in the office knows her. She was not isolated from the rest of us. She walked the hallways. She was friends with everyone. She brought her dog to work sometimes, even though it probably violated code. And it was a big dog, the St. Bernard. And she was just she's a very likable person.
Didn't have a barrel of whiskey under its neck, did it?
Only in Bugs Bunny cartoons. She's a very likable person. And I think you'll find that from everyone who knows her in Tallahassee and throughout Florida. It's hard not to like. You can disagree with her politically, and she and I have our political differences. But as far as a boss, she never tried to big time anyone. She's a person like everyone else. She expects the best from people, but she has a real human touch about her.
Now, you also worked with her very closely, in particular, in going after pill mills. Can you describe what you and she were able to accomplish together on that?
We were able to shut down the pill mills. Florida was the pill supplier for the rest of the country. 98 of the top 100 doctors who dispense pills were in Florida. It was a national embarrassment. The OxyContin Express from Appalachia down to Florida. People would come down, buy their drugs, use, abuse, and then go home and sell them for a profit. We ended that. She appointed me to be the lead person, but we could not have done it without her. She was the person who got the legislature to change the laws. We couldn't have done any of that without that. She was the one who convinced them to pass the prescription drug monitoring program. That was indispensable. So it was her leadership that really led to a dramatic decrease in the number of deaths from opioid overdoses.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for testifying today. Professor McCord, I'd like to ask you about January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol. Can you succinctly define domestic terrorism?
Domestic terrorism under the United States Code is a crime, an act of violence that is a crime under federal or state law that is done with the attempt to influence a policy of government through intimidation or coercion.
Based on that definition, were some of the acts committed on January 6th acts of domestic terrorism?
Certainly the acts of violence that violate the criminal code do seem to have appeared for many of the people based on their own statements. Many of the defendants in cases that are being prosecuted, they seem to have been done to influence the policy of the government, and specifically to not certify the electoral college ballots on January 6th.
Yesterday, Ms. Bondi refused to disavow President Trump calling the insurrectionists hostages and patriots. What effect would President Trump's pardoning of these criminals have on our country? What is the message if that were to happen?
Senator, I believe it would have an enormous impact on the criminal legal system, and I would say also on our judiciary. In fact, I published a piece about that this morning in The Atlantic. We have our federal judges here appointed by Republicans, Democrats, and President Trump himself, who uniformly have condemned the crimes of those who have been convicted due to their attack on the U.S. Capitol. That anything close to a blanket pardon, which is what has been suggested but not promised by Donald Trump, without individual consideration of cases, would severely undermine these federal judges and undermine the criminal legal system.
We know, and this has come up with one of my colleagues, we know from the disastrous Supreme Court immunity decision that President Trump pretty much has a free pass to do what he wants. An unfettered president is even more dangerous if the Department of Justice is not independent. So based on your extensive experience at the DOJ, are there warning signs that we should watch for to signal that the DOJ has lost its independence?
Senator, I think as we've seen sometimes in the past, that when there are concerns among the career prosecutors and law enforcement officials at the department who have responsibility over investigations and cases, when they have felt pressured, many of them have actually resigned. We saw that during the first Trump administration with respect to some of the prosecutions involving Michael Flynn and Roger Stone.
So I take it that people resigning is one indication that all is not well, that independence is maybe not what's in practice. I'm just wondering, if we were to ask the Attorney General if the President ordered you or suggested or hinted that you go after his perceived political enemies, would the Attorney General be able to cite attorney-client privilege and not respond to us?
I don't want to give a legal opinion on that, Senator. I do think that that is the type of pressure that we are looking to an Attorney General to stand up to from the White House, and I certainly want to take Ms. Bondi at her word when she, under oath yesterday, said she would exercise independence.
Well, the thing is, what's deeply concerning about Ms. Bondi is that she is very loyal to President-elect Trump, and he demands 100% loyalty of all of his people. So yesterday, Ms. Bondi could not say that President Biden had won the election in 2020. That is a basic fact. And I think that it was her loyalty to President-elect Trump that basically made it hard for her, impossible, for her to say that President Biden had won the election. So that is concerning. Based on what we heard yesterday, I'm very concerned that if confirmed, Attorney General Bondi will say yes if and when President Trump asks her to do something illegal. And the thing is that not much of what President-elect Trump will do is going to be deemed illegal because of the Supreme Court's disastrous immunity decision. So I'm really struggling with how are we to know that all is not well in terms of the independence of the DOJ. One thing would be if they adopt a policy, or if the president adopts a policy that he will not order the DOJ around, even if this incoming president has said the Justice Department is basically his law firm. So if you have any further suggestions aside from people actually resigning to indicate that the kind of independence we are looking for is not being followed, I would welcome that.
Yes, and Senator
Thank you,
Rono,
Mr.
your
Chair.
time is up. Thank you.
Please respond.
Thank you. Let's see. Mr. Cox, I'd like to start with you. I heard your comments with regards to both Pam Bondi, who we are here for today, and you heap praise on Attorney General Moody, who you work for as well. I'd like to say a public congratulations to her being named Senate designee and be the next senator from Florida. Oh, look, I get to deliver the news to you. So DeSantis just came out and said she will be joining us. I am thrilled. I mean, as a mom of school-age kids, to have another woman sitting right here next to me, fighting for the people that we serve, with what I understand is her brilliant intellect, her ability and her passion for the people of Florida, which I know she will bring to the United States Senate. I cannot wait to call her a colleague. So on behalf of me and all of us, welcome to Attorney General Moody's new Senate designee. We look forward to her taking the ranks.
Might I respond or comment for just
Sure,
briefly?
absolutely.
Senators, you're going to love Ashley Moody. She is a wonderful person to work with. She's brilliant. That is, wow.
Wow,
Thank
right?
you for telling me.
I'm so excited I got to tell you.
Best thing about it is I can say I learned that in the United States
In the
Senate.
United States Senate, that's right. And hopefully she will be up here just in the next few days after we confirm Senator Rubio, who's going to do an exceptional job as Secretary of State. So congratulations to Ashley, and cannot wait to serve with her.
Thank you.
So now let's talk about another amazing woman, Pam Bondi. I have heard you over and over again when you respond to questions talking about her. I think you said she is fair, kind, and firm. You have talked about the fact that she is transparent and impartial. I would like for you one more time to say to the American people, based on your previous work with Pam Bondi, can you explain how she'll continue to operate, do you believe, in that manner, in a fair and transparent manner as she takes the helm of the Justice Department?
Because she believes in everything you just questioned me about, and she practiced it in Florida. You know, whether you agreed with her or not, Pam Bondi, like I said, is a person who really likes people. I think we should welcome that into government. I think that sometimes we lose sight of prosecutors. I'm going to speak to myself. We can lose sight of the fact of the ranking member mentioned, the immense power that we have, and we get caught up in it. Pam Bondi doesn't get caught up in those kinds of trappings.
I love it.
Yeah, she loves people, and she at her heart, again, is a prosecutor. As Mr. Ehrenberg had mentioned, nobody has anything to fear from Pam Bondi. She is going to be a breath of fresh air if y'all send her there.
Absolutely, and I think we need to restore those very things, fairness and transparency, to the department, and I look forward to her taking the helm. She's going to do that for the American people, and it's an exciting new day, so thank you so very much.
And thank you for the news.
Absolutely, we are thrilled. So, Mr. Ehrenberg, I learned, obviously, that we need to talk with you offline about getting those the stories on cruise, right? And also that she has a St. Bernard. I have a Newfoundland, so who knew that we both had love for the large dogs. And Sheriff Gainey, I know that you've had an opportunity to work with Pam Bondi as well. I want to talk to you specifically, both of you, about the opioid epidemic, about what we've seen with drug trafficking. I mentioned it yesterday. We heard Pam lean into this as well, but there is nowhere in my state that I travel where someone does not tell me a story about losing a loved one to opioid abuse, addiction, overdose. And so tell me from your experience and how she works with state and local law enforcement officers, state and local leaders. I'm a big believer that local leaders know best. And you have people that come to DC that somehow get here and believe that we become experts on every issue. And the truth is, you have to talk to the boots on the ground to learn what to do, how to do it, and to affect real change. And so can you both speak to her relationships with state and local law enforcement and workforce, and how you believe she'll carry that to the Department of Justice, please?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Senator Britton. Thank you for the news about Attorney General Moody. I hope Nick Cox still has a job when he goes home. When I was Attorney General Bondi's drug czar, we were visited by Gil Kurlikowski, who was President Obama's drug czar nationally. And it was a very productive meeting. I still have the pictures from that meeting. Not once was there ever a discussion that, well, he's from the feds, we shouldn't trust him, he's a Democrat, we shouldn't trust, none of that. We were just trying to get the job done. And so she's seen it from both perspectives, as a state official working with the feds, and now being a federal official working with the locals. The person who can best talk about how she has a great relationship with local law enforcement is Emory Gainey, because he was the liaison. She had a special liaison within her office to make sure that she had a seamless relationship working with local officials. I saw it, but Mr. Gainey is the best to talk about it.
Yes, and Sheriff Gainey, if you don't mind leaning into that, I am out of time, but would love to hear your response.
Thank you, Senator. Unequivocally, that's one of the forward-leaning rules of Pam Bondi. Work with our law enforcement leaders. Learn and understand the issues that each of those face. I mentioned earlier, we're a large state, as you well know. So there are diverse issues that the law enforcement from one end of our state, the others have to deal with. But Pam listens to those. She encourages those. She asks for advice, want to know what's happening in the community, just the whole pill mill. And the bath salt issue was brought to her by a panhandle sheriff, quite frankly. What we've learned in law enforcement, we often see these things first. We start seeing these trends, and then we try to get them to our legislative leaders and our cabinet leaders to say, this is happening in our state. Sometimes they listen to us, other times they don't. Pam listened. She listened right away. She immediately sought out to understand what was causing that issue, and then sought legislation to get it done against some of our Republican legislators at the time who didn't want it. But her tenacity prevailed. She got it done. Our state is a safer state because of Pam Bondi.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Senator Schiff.
Thank you. Thank you to all the witnesses for being here today. Greatly appreciate your testimony. Ms. McCord, you testified, thank you for all your good work over the years. You testified before the committee last September on the repercussions of Trump versus the United States, the case on presidential immunity. You wrote, I think in your written testimony, there's nothing stopping a president from directing the investigation of his political enemies, journalists, or activists, even where there is no basis for doing so. As you will recall from the hearing yesterday, I asked Ms. Bondi a number of questions about what her intentions were, how she would respond if the president asked her to investigate someone, whether she thought there was a factual predicate for a case, for example, an investigation against Jack Smith or Liz Cheney. For the most part, she refused to answer any specific question. Didn't give me a lot of confidence in her willingness to push back against those kind of improper orders from the president. What should the Attorney General do if a president is now, by virtue of this dangerous Supreme Court decision, immune from prosecution from violating the law and using the Department of Justice to do it? It doesn't mean the Attorney General should go along with it. What should the Attorney General do if the president says, I want you to investigate such and such political opponent?
Well, first of all, I would say the immunity decision right now, as far as we know, applies only to the president. And so there's no immunity for Attorney General Bondi if she were to engage in illegal activity or unconstitutional activity in carrying out a directive of Donald Trump. But I think before we even get to that, it would be important for her to make clear that she is not going to direct her department attorneys or the FBI to initiate unfounded investigations. If they're as departments of justice throughout all of my tenure there, always we followed the facts and the law and did not target any person for investigation based on political reasons. So it's really, that's why the independence is so much more important even now in the wake of that decision, because she is the first person to have a position of standing up to the president.
I also asked Ms. Bondi whether she would commit to preserving the evidence that was gathered as a part of the January 6th investigation by the department. She refused to commit to even preserving the evidence. Are there laws in place, or is it merely department policy not to destroy evidence? Should we have any confidence that that evidence will be preserved?
Well, there certainly are Federal Records Act obligations that require the records be maintained, and so I think that she would be well advised to consult with attorneys, career attorneys who specialize in the Department of Justice, and be guided by their counsel. And it's certainly important in this case, as in these cases, as in every case prosecuted by the Department of Justice or investigated, to maintain records.
And if I could ask both you and Ms. Gilbert recusal question. So Ms. McCord, maybe let me ask you about where you think the circumstance would be appropriate for her to recuse herself vis-a-vis her prior representation of the president. And Ms. Gilbert, in terms of her corporate clients as a lobbyist, when would it be appropriate for her to recuse herself from working on or influencing department decisions vis-a-vis her former lobbyist clients?
Senator Schiff, I think with respect to her previous, personal representation of Donald Trump, she needs to be very concerned, as William French Smith was when he took on this job for President Reagan, having been Reagan's personal attorney, that anything that would appear to be improper, that would show impartiality, she should recuse from. So, for example, investigations into anyone who was involved in the first impeachment proceedings or prosecution, because she defended Donald Trump in those proceedings. Even any investigations or prosecutions into those involved with the cases against Donald Trump, because she has made public statements about prosecutors and investigators needing to be targeted potentially. She's used the term the bad ones. I'm not sure what that means in legal parlance. So I think these are the types of matters, including also civil matters. There is, Donald Trump has, through his attorneys, filed notice of a civil action against the Department of Justice based on the search of Mar-a-Lago, clearly it would be improper for her to take any part in that, in responding to that case.
Thank you. And I just would like to note that obviously yesterday she clarified that she'd never represented President Trump in a personal matter, but actually worked there directly with the White House. Also, it's interesting because we have seen this body confirm members who have lobbied for the Chinese Communist Party and confirm them to positions at ODNI, and it didn't seem that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle had an issue with that. And it's also interesting that we continue to hear General Sessions being brought up at these hearings over and over again. I do want to remind people, obviously, he is from the great state of Alabama, but not one member of the Democratic Party in this actual hearing voted for him through his confirmation process. So I just want to make sure that we set the record straight on that as well. But thank you to all of our witnesses.
I know I'm out of time.
Yes.
Would it be possible for the other witness to answer? She didn't have an opportunity because the clock ran out.
I think we are out of time, but I appreciate that. Thank you. And thank you to our witnesses for testifying today. I know that some of you traveled long and hard to be here, and we are grateful that you did that. The record will stay open until 5 p.m. tonight, and so if you would like to add something to that, you are more than welcome to. And all written questions are due at that time as well. The hearing is adjourned.
go forward as an independent country, increasingly integrated with Western institutions, because that's the desire of its people, and a country that stands on its own feet, whether that's militarily, whether that's economically, whether that's democratically. And if its people and elected officials so desire to pursue some kind of resolution or ceasefire with Russia. Now, that requires Ukraine to decide that that's what it wants to do. It also requires Russia to agree. And there, what we've been working to do all these past months, right up to the end, is to make sure that, I've said many times, that Ukraine's in a position of strength to be able to make those decisions, whether that's to continue fighting if it's necessary, or to negotiate, but to negotiate from a stronger position. Part of that, though, has also been imposing extraordinary costs on Russia, and I think you should not discount those, including the impact that they have on Russia's decision-making. The losses that Russia has incurred are almost unimaginable. I think by some assessments, 700,000 to 800,000 casualties. That includes those killed and those wounded. The flight of so many of its most talented people.
Local role. Half the people in America who live in a non-attainment area live in California, particularly in the Central Valley and the South Coast Air Quality Management District footprint. We have to work together to reduce the sources of toxic emissions. Based on these jurisdictions, it's been challenging. California state and local officials have done pretty much everything they can to tackle this, yet we still have challenges when it comes to ensuring that every Californian, every American living in California can breathe clean air. So I want to be clear. We need the federal government to do its part by working a little bit more aggressively, assertively, smartly, and strategically to help reduce these emissions. Help us reach attainment, not by lowering the bar, but by doing the work in areas that the locals have not been granted the jurisdiction to do so. So can I count on your commitment to use regulatory authority to do just that?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, wonderful. And just a side note, as we will continue to work together, ensuring that jurisdictions like Southern California are not punished for non-attainment if it's resulting from the recent wildfires and the smoke and other emissions that have resulted from this disaster or disasters like it.
Yes, Senator, I've heard this concern from other colleagues of yours as well. We're just talking to Senator Kelly about it, as I cited the Yuma example, and he was asking about Maricopa County. It is important that we have common sense, pragmatic policies that are being pursued to address issues just like your concern.
Yeah, to your point, and I'm glad Senator Kelly brought it up, these concerns about fires and their impact, not just the short-term devastation, but the longer term when it comes to public health, when it comes to air quality, is not unique to California. I mean, California is in the news right now, but throughout the West and beyond because of our changing climate and weather patterns. You know, another important topic that we discussed in my office is not just water supply, water quality, but water affordability. Millions of Americans are struggling to keep up with their growing water bills, which have increased nearly 3 times the rate of inflation. According to the EPA, water utilities it will cost water utilities more than $1.2 trillion over the next 20 years to modernize their drinking water and wastewater infrastructure and maintain it. Water utilities, unique to other utilities, rely heavily on ratepayers to cover their costs. The federal government's share of maintaining this infrastructure has come down significantly over the years. So ratepayers are acutely feeling this pressure, and as a result, 1 in 5 households have outstanding and growing water debt. The national water affordability crisis affects both urban and rural communities. So it's not a rural versus urban, blue state versus red state. It is across the board. I shared with you the idea of replicating the LIHEAP program. We have a low-income home energy assistance program because you shouldn't have to freeze in the winter just because you may be low income. The same applies to having water. We know how fundamental water is for life and the economy. We've had a temporary water assistance program for low-income customers. Do you agree, and can we work together to make that permanent to tackle some of these challenges, including addressing the PFAS concerns that you're very familiar with?
Senator, having access to clean drinking water is something that I want to, if confirmed, to be able to do my part, and working with you and your colleagues across the entire country to deliver. Every American, in my opinion, and it's just my opinion, should be able to access clean drinking water. I will follow all my obligations under the law, and to the fullest extent of the law, I would like to assist in those efforts for you to fight for your constituents, and every senator here to fight for their constituents in this respect.
So the temporary program was hugely successful, helping families in, again, red states and blue states alike. Look forward to working with you to make that program permanent.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Senator Moran.
Chairwoman, thank you, and thank you, Ranking Member, Mr. Vice Chairman. I'm pleased to be back and sitting here at the dais at the EPA Committee. Thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you for the conversation we've had in my office. Thank you for your willingness to serve. Let me highlight a couple of things that we may not have talked about when we did visit. I want to describe the Kansas oil and gas industry to you. We are an oil and gas producing state, but our production is done by really small independent companies that produce from what we call stripper wells, which means they produce less than 15 barrels of oil a day. It's a significant component of the Kansas economy and significantly important. And in my view, this small-sized, small businessman and woman who operate oil and gas leases and explore for additional production of oil and gas, the EPA has written one-size-fits-all solutions. We are not the majors, and we are stripper well producers. And I just want your commitment to work with the industry, these small producers, to find right-sized regulations for the circumstances that they're in.
Senator, I would welcome an opportunity to travel to your state to meet with them, whether it's at your office or elsewhere. I want to know about all of your priorities, including this one, but also to make sure that anyone who could provide any type of insight that can make me better informed to make better decisions, that I welcome any of those opportunities for conversations and collaboration.
I think that's a wonderful offer on your part, and I'm very grateful for it. I sometimes am reluctant to ask every nominee that comes before me, would you please come visit Kansas? And you volunteered. So I'm appreciative of that. And I would tell you, I can't imagine the excitement, the opportunity that people in that industry would see to have the capability of talking to somebody with you, like you directly in a state like Kansas. So thank you, and we'll get on your schedule, although you have to say once confirmed. So I look forward to that. In a different vein of energy production, I've created with my colleague Senator Bozeman and others a Sustainable Aviation Fuel Caucus. Kansas and Wichita in particular is the air capital of the world. We produce many more general aviation aircraft than anybody. We manufacture with thousands of employees working in aviation and aerospace. And I want to bring together the opportunity to bring the agricultural aspects of Kansas together with the aviation aspects and pursue the development of SAF, Sustainable Aviation Fuel. I wanted to know, I guess the question would be, we need your help in pursuing opportunities to develop the technology and any regulations that would follow that. And I suppose if you're coming to Kansas, we ought to introduce you to the people who are in the process of developing a new industry as the airline industry shifts itself from fossil fuels to, let me say that differently, from the fuels it uses today to sustainable aviation fuel produced by agricultural byproducts.
Senator, I look forward to that conversation as well.
Okay. The state revolving funds, I don't know whether anybody's asked this question before, but it'd be a mistake for me. That clean water and drinking water state revolving funds are hugely important. I represent a lot of communities in which they are placed under significant requirements. by the federal government, but they don't have the ratepayers. They don't have the number of users of water. It stands out to me, the small town in my home county, a town of about 80 people, have a regulation that they couldn't raise the rates on their water users sufficiently enough to pay for the regulations. And so the Clean Water and Drinking State Revolving Fund is hugely important to help small communities meet the needs. Many, if not all, want to meet those standards, want their consumer, their water purchaser, to have the cleanest, safest drinking water possible, and yet the rules are so unaffordable, they don't know where to turn. I'll work with you, and I just want to make sure that you would commit to continuing to support a robust funding.
Yes, Senator. Ultimately, the funding level will be set by Congress. It will be my responsibility to ensure that I'm doing my part to fulfill congressional intent and being good steward of tax dollars so that I can report back to you on all sources of funding coming through the EPA. This specifically, I've heard from other colleagues of yours on this dais as a top priority of theirs, and therefore it will be a top priority of mine too.
I thank you for that. I would also add that you should need to be a voice within the administration as the budget is prepared and OMB makes decisions in support for the fund as well. It's certainly true that presidential budgets are not irrelevant, and it's useful if we start with a robust number that is beneficial to the country. Last question I'll ask is, I'm interested in what our country's doing. I'm involved in the national security aspects of my time in the Senate involves those things. Is there any role for EPA to play in the critical minerals world?
Yes, Senator. President Trump has expressed a desire of having an energy council. He wants there to be collaboration between different agencies of different levels of jurisdiction. That involves everything from permitting reform, which is one topic actually that I heard Senator Whitehouse reference earlier in his opening remarks. I believe that it is important for agencies to be working together, regardless of whether we are the lead agency or we have a different role to play of following another agency. But I look forward to any collaboration working with other agencies to do EPA's part.
Congressman Zeldin, thank you for taking my questions and responding.
Thanks, Senator.
Thank you. Last but not least is someone who also has some big shoes to fill, as the former chairman of this committee was from the great state of Delaware. But I know that Senator Blunt Rochester is well up to the task, and we welcome her to the committee and welcome you to the questioning. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you so much to you and the ranking member for the warm welcome. I'm excited to be on this committee. Senator Carper and I wear different types of shoes. I wear pumps. Let me begin by expressing my gratitude, though, to the former chairman of this committee, my friend and mentor, Senator Tom Carper, for his years of faithful service, not only to this committee, but also to our nation and to saving our planet. I'm proud to be able to be a member of this esteemed committee. And Mr. Zeldin, I appreciate your visit last week, and you clearly stated in your testimony that we must ensure that we protect our environment. And in our conversation, I shared with you the rich diversity of my state, from our farmers to city dwellers to our coastal communities and our environmental justice communities, and why the EPA is such an important and great partner to our state. I've, in my time in the House, prioritized clean air, clean drinking water, affordability of those things as well. And for us, it's crucial that we have the best candidate for the EPA administrator. So in our conversation, I was really pleased also that you earnestly acknowledged that climate change is real and that you are committed. You actually affirmatively, before I even got the question out, said you committed to following the science and letting that dictate the policies of the EPA. And as I said in my home state, we feel the impact of climate every single day. And as a former member of the House, I know we talked about the similarities in our district, low-lying, vulnerable to sea level rise, and it's critical to our coastal communities. How will you direct the EPA to help these communities like ours survive the rising sea levels and extreme weather brought on by the climate crisis?
Senator, this is a topic that involves multiple agencies working together. So EPA being able to do its part is incredibly important. EPA might not have the funding that the Army Corps of Engineers is bringing to a particular project as may be authorized by Congress. The Department of Interior might be working on a particular aspect of this under its jurisdiction. The collaboration between agencies is critical. The collaboration between agencies and Congress is going to be important as well. I think it also helps for I, as if confirmed as EPA administrator, to be traveling to a state like yours to see issues firsthand on the ground, especially when they emerge on, at times, little notice, sometimes with far more notice, to be able to hear from people who have been working on these issues a long time, to be able to hear that feedback, to allow that feedback to inform my decision-making and to bring that feedback with me to Washington, D.C. when I return from those trips, which I look forward to, if invited, coming to visit your state with you.
Thank you so much. I have a couple of yes or no questions because I know time is limited. You stated that EPA's mission is to protect the health of the public and the environment. Is this still your position? Yes or no?
Yes.
Will you ensure EPA prioritizes policies that promote access to clean water? Yes or no?
Clean what, Senator?
Clean water.
Yes, Senator.
Yeah. And as you know, many rural communities have old water infrastructure and rely on well water, particularly in Delaware, which creates significant water quality issues. How will you, your EPA, help these communities access effective solutions such as upgrades to stormwater infrastructure, watershed restoration, or water infiltration?
Senator, Congress has approached these issues in the past in certain creative ways. In some respects, it could be an aspect of congressionally directed spending. I've seen go to a particular community where they are able to mitigate an issue of water contamination as we experienced in Suffolk County, where my congressional district was located and where we had multiple aspects of PFAS contamination. The first step is to be able to get access to drinking water. And even if that's providing bottled water, that's a partnership that starts with local leadership, where a state and federal government is asking, what can we do to assist? What's important is long-term mitigation. And what is so frustrating to the American public is when they see these issues lasting for 10, 20, 30 years, and the ball's never moving in the right direction. I look forward to doing my part to work with your local communities to get these issues mitigated to whatever extent I can help.
You actually brought up for me something that was personal. We have communities that did not have access to clean drinking water in our state. And so it was important for us to work on that revolving state water fund, getting that water to those communities, but also the water affordability. And Senator Padilla mentioned the work on the LIHEAP for low income for water programs. I led that charge in the House side and would love to continue working again to make this a permanent program for those families. I will yield back, and hopefully we have a second round of questions so that I can ask about soot particulate matter. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. And this does end the first round. I would say we had full participation in the committee, which we're going to expect at every meeting, right? And I am very pleased with that. I also, in the interest of not wanting to hurt a new member of my committee, neglected to welcome Senator Moran as a new member of this committee. So, well, a returning, well, that's why I didn't say anything, because you're returning. In any event, I didn't want to chance those hurt feelings, since mine have been hurt all day by denigrating my mountains, but we won't get into that any longer. So we're going to go to second round, and we'll do it in the same order as the folks that were here. Before I begin my round, I would like to put into the record a January 3rd support letter from the former chairman of the Suffolk County Water Authority, which states, the EPA requires strong leadership that balances the complexities of environmental protection with the practical needs of communities across the country. Mr. Zeldin's track record on Long Island exemplifies his ability to lead with compassion, decisiveness, and a clear focus on results. He has already shown his dedication to the values that the EPA upholds, and I'm confident will continue to champion these priorities on a national scale. And I ask unanimous consent, which I'll grant myself, to enter this into the record. I would say there are always no better advocates than our local advocates who actually work with us all the time, and obviously you have a very strong constituency there. I'm going to ask quickly just a couple questions. Class 6 wells, which are used to inject carbon dioxide into deep rock formations, advancing carbon capture and storage technologies, obviously very important to my state. We provided EPA funding through the IIJA for to have the EPA grant state primacy for Class 6 wells, since they constitute a different aspect of permitting. And to date, only 3 of these states have been granted Class 6 primacy. And the EPA has 150 permit applications pending for approval. We have 3 Class 6 well projects under review, and the proposed final action granting West Virginia our state primacy was published in the Federal Register on November the 25th. This is going to be very important to us, as we had testimony last year that the North Dakota, who has primacy, was able to permit, I think, 7 wells in a short period of time, whereas the EPA, as they were trying to permit under their federal authority, it took them over many more years the time to permit just 3. So you can see how those who, again, who are closest to the situation have the ability to make good decisions. So will you prioritize the timely completion of West Virginia's Class 6 permitting process and work with me to ensure that the EPA is a resource rather than a barrier in this transition?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you. You mentioned permitting, and I was very pleased to hear Senator Whitehouse mention permitting reform. We've had lots of stops and starts over the last probably 2 to 3 years on this very issue, and it's holding up construction of critical energy, manufacturing, infrastructure, transportation, doesn't matter what kind of energy, renewable energy, pipelines, whatever. So we need to make it easier to build in America. I believe that's President Trump's vision as well, by modernizing and streamlining our environmental review and permitting processes. Congressman Zeldin, what opportunities do you see for EPA to be able to establish more efficient and predictable permitting processes, in addition to working with all of the other agencies that play a part in this vital decisions?
And Chairman Capito, that last part of your question is key for different agencies to be able to work with each other, collaborating with each other, and also for agencies to be able to collaborate with Congress on any opportunities that Congress sees to pursue permitting reform as well. As far as EPA jurisdiction goes, we see a role of the EPA, for example, as it relates to environmental impact statements. There are different issues where there will be opportunities for the EPA to follow its obligations under the law. There's a possibility that Congress might choose to make changes to the law on items that are under EPA jurisdiction. I would look forward to doing my part to make sure that the EPA is not holding up any opportunities to be able to pursue sound applications that otherwise would be and should be approved.
Yeah, I think a lot of times in the public domain, permitting reform means to certain people skirting the rules or breezing through environmental reviews without really taking them seriously or actually having them science-based, as we've talked a lot about today. That's not what permitting reform means. Permitting reforms means make these environmental clean air, clean water rules and others and other agencies work together and work so that we are getting the right result of clean air, clean water, but we're able to move forward. And so I look forward to that. Here's another West Virginia issue very quickly, and it's the Muddy Creek Restoration Project. It's 19 miles of waterways that has acid mine drainage. And West Virginia went about in coordination with the past Trump administration administration, and it was initially championed by the Biden administration to deliver real results in cleaning up this area of our state. It was a true win-win. The Biden administration, for some reason, which we can't figure out, flip-flopped on this, and they just started putting more burdensome, costly, and a much, much slower cleanup process. So you're still having your acid mine drainage while we're getting hung up here. It threatens projects like Muddy Creek and discourages other communities from pursuing similar efforts to achieve real environmental remediation and benefits. Will you commit to me, working with me in the state, to try to reverse these counterproductive changes and cut the red tape and restore this for more cost-effective but also better environmental results?
Yes, Chairman Capito, I know how much of a priority this is. You've been outspoken on this issue. It's my commitment to work with you as soon as, if confirmed, as soon as I'm in that position, I'd welcome that opportunity.
Thank you. Senator Whitehouse.
Thank you again, Chairman. Mr. Zeldin, I have something of a life experience PhD in fossil fuel pressure politics, and they'll be coming after you hard, and they'll be feeling very entitled based on their political spending toward a Trump victory. I have two questions when you're faced with that. The first is that prominent voices in Trump world have been saying that it is important to traumatize EPA's workforce to drive them out. They've been saying that it's important to cut EPA's workforce by 2/3 or more, not just Washington, but the field, the entire organization. And they've been saying that it's important to destroy the professional civil service protections of EPA's workforce. How do you respond to those three threats?
Senator Whitehouse, as I've stated earlier, my desire, if confirmed as EPA administrator, is to increase productivity of the EPA. I want to be able to help lead this agency in a way that all of you on both sides of the aisle can be proud of, for us to be accountable and transparent. I want maximum collaboration, not just with Congress, but internally within the EPA. I've been hugely impressed with the level of talent stepping up to serve at EPA, and that is the pressure that I am feeling at this moment, is to bring out the best of EPA to make sure that we are fulfilling our mission of protecting public health and the environment.
You will not support executing on those three threats?
My commitment to you is exactly as I had stated, Senator Whitehouse, and I am not coming into this position with any threat. My position as I sit here is a promise, it is an obligation, and it is a commitment to do my part, to do the best job possible in leading the EPA to fulfill its mission in a way that follows its obligation under the law and is one that this committee can be proud of.
The second question that I have is that while you've made a lot of good and sound statements here today, it's one thing to say things in this environment, and it's another thing to stand by those guns when the pressure comes at you. And if you look at your past, if you look at your influence and advocacy work with American First Policy Institute and America First Works, the big donors have been pharma, the massive corporate lobby, Goldman Sachs, a Morgan Stanley fund, and a billionaire fracking CEO. We don't know who the rest of the donors are because AFPI keeps much of their donor list secret, but we do know of those. Your fellow board members at America First Works include the billionaire CEO fracker, the former CEO of the Texas Public Policy Foundation, which I view as a very significant player in the fossil fuel funded climate denial armada, the successor to that Texas Public Policy Foundation CEO, and a third individual called the Chief of Intelligence and Research at that same, in my view, climate denial front group. In your political work, you've taken nearly $300,000 from the oil and gas industry back to 2007. You've had large campaign support from Koch Incorporated, which gave a total of about $60,000 when you count up all the contributions to PACs and campaign funds. David Koch himself maxed out to you, and Koch PAC gave $20,000 to your Lee PAC. In the wake of being so surrounded with so much corporate and fossil fuel influence, I want to give you two opportunities. One is to answer to me now, how is it that you will be able to separate yourself from the influence of these people and these interests when they come demanding things that they think they've earned politically? And I'll also turn that into a QFR so that you can, with a little bit more basis for reflection, make a more complete answer. So with that, over to you for your response, sir.
Senator, I don't need any extra time for reflection on that one. There is no person who has ever provided any level of support to me or anyone else who has any special influence with me. When I was in the Army, I wore around my dog tags the 7 Army values. The acronym is leadership: loyalty, duty, respect, selfless service, honor, integrity, and personal courage. It is important for me to have always been able to approach this position with a clear conscience to make decisions that I can live with for my entire life. There is no dollar, large or small, that can influence the decisions that I make, who has access to me, and how I am ruling in my obligations under the law. Senator, I'm happy to enthusiastically answer that question on any day on the spot, and I would never need any extra amount of time of reflection.
Well, good luck standing up to these guys, because they're going to come at you.
Thank you. I understand that a 5-minute break would be in our best interest. Would you like to do that now, or you want to keep going?
Yeah, I'll take 5, I guess. Thank you, Senator.
Okay.
Thank you, Chairman.
We'll come back in 5 minutes.
Senate 5 minutes or real 5 minutes?
I run a tight ship, remember? Oh, we do.
Attend. That is scheduled to begin at around 2 p.m. Eastern time. And of course, we will bring that to you as soon as that happens. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. We have a number of live events that we are keeping a very close eye on, bringing you all of them in real time as they present themselves. We'll be Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. A very busy day on Capitol Hill as a number of nomination hearings continue for President-elect Trump's selections on key cabinet positions. As we were sharing with you right before the break, this is a live look at the nomination hearing for EPA Administrator nominee Lee Zeldin. They're currently in recess, and so another nomination hearing is happening in another area, this time for Trump's pick for Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. He is currently appearing before the Finance Committee for his nomination hearing. And so I did want to pivot to that as we are currently in break on this other one. Let's listen in.
Much needed internal rebalance.
Yep.
So, I am with you on the need to open markets, but we cannot allow a player like this to flood our markets or to flood the world.
Well, but I'm saying I believe in coalitions. We just discussed a technology, NATO. I think you thought that was a good idea. The notion, though, I mean, I can get upset with my colleagues on the other aisle all the time and object, but that doesn't move me forward. And so I hope that you will look at what we're going to do to build allies. I mean, these numbers that basically are talking about just the tariff and what it would do to the price of gasoline given Canada is concerning. And so I want to know that the Trump administration is going to focus as much on innovating our way to success as we are on the tariffs, because I do think we're going to see retaliatory tariffs. We saw them in our state. It hurt us in our agriculture. And what happened is that you lose more farms. I mean, there's a lot of people buying farmland. Goldman Sachs, Bill Gates, there's a lot of people buying farmland. But we're losing farmers in the middle of the trade wars, and that's a concern I have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And oh, by the way, thank you so much for mentioning housing. I so appreciate that that was in your statement. I look forward to working with you. I do think that's an area, if the president will push forward, that it is a way for us to lower costs. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Lujan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to be with you. Mr. Bessent, thank you and your family for being with us today. I very much appreciated the conversation we had in the office. Now, I'm going to touch on several topics, so I'm going to ask you some yes or no questions, and I thank you in advance for your brevity. It may surprise many observing today the immense responsibility that the Secretary of Treasury has in stemming the flow of fentanyl and other substances. Now, yes or no, will you commit to continuing the Biden administration's counter-fentanyl strike force, which brought together the Office of Terrorism and Financial Intelligence and IRS criminal investigation to fight financial crime?
Thank you, Senator. I enjoyed our visit. And
That when you have all the above energy, including a big mix of natural gas, you reduce global emissions. So can you commit to Senator Ricketts' point to work with us and private industry on innovation that can help power America, power our allies, produce American energy, and at the same time, lower emissions? Can you
yes, Senator, absolutely. American innovation has been critical, and it will be critical going into the future. That's something that President Trump has often spoke of.
Yeah.
And I believe it's also one of the reasons why we saw so much support for him in this last November's election.
In Alaska, we are working, and I've talked to President Trump about just recently, we have a very large-scale LNG project that would increase, would reduce our trade deficit by billions by exporting clean-burning Alaska natural gas to our Asian allies, get clean-burning Alaska gas to Americans, and would produce thousands of American jobs. Can I get your commitment to help us work on that large-scale LNG project, which will help continue these global emission reductions?
Senator, I'd welcome the opportunity, to, if confirmed, to be able to work with you on this and other issues.
Great. I have another map I want to show you. Real quick, you and I talked about this issue of leaded aviation fuel. This is a huge issue to my constituents, what we call avgas. We got it, an extension for Alaska and the FAA, given our pilot safety issues, our aviation safety issues. There was this congressman, I forget his name, from New Jersey. He tried to limit this. My view, he should be more focused on cleaning up New Jersey than worrying about aviation. safety in Alaska. Can I get your commitment to work with me on this avgas issue as we discussed in my office?
Senator, as I gave you my commitment then, reiterate it here today for all your constituents to hear. We had a very long, substantive conversation on a lot of topics that you're fighting for Alaska, and I welcome the opportunity to be able to work with you on all of that.
Great, thank you. Let me give you one final map and one final question. It's a little complicated. This is the American Medical Association study on life expectancy changes in America, okay? This was from 1980 to 2014. Purple and dark blue, that's where life expectancy changes happen the most, okay? Up to 13 years. Unfortunately, you see yellow, red, certain places there was a life expectancy decrease. That's mostly the opioid epidemic. My state led this. It led it because Alaska Natives, which is where most of these communities are, over about 20% of my population, started at a real low level. Real low, lowest life expectancy. Then what happened on the North Slope, what happened out in the Aleutian Island chain, what happened in the Northwest Arctic borough, resource development happened. Oil and gas happened. Open up fisheries happened. Resource development happened, and people's lives increased on average by up to 13 years. So here's my quick issue. This is a matter of life and death in my state. And the indigenous people in particular, who I care deeply about, have benefited tremendously from resource development. President Biden comes in with his Secretary of Interior. She doesn't listen to Native people. They issued 68 executive orders to shut down resource development in my state, which is going to hurt people, hurt their life expectancy. So when we talk about all this stuff about, oh, we're against resource development, oil and gas, for my state, for my constituents, this is a matter of life and death, and it's brought gymnasiums and health clinics and water and sewer. So can I get your commitment to work with me on these issues on resource development that benefit the Native people tremendously of my state? The Biden administration is talking about, oh, environmental justice. This is environmental injustice when they shut down Alaska Native communities' opportunity to develop their resources. And, you know, their focus on minority communities, I think that's great, but they've had a big asterisk during 4 years of Biden and Secretary Haaland, not for Alaska Natives. And it's an outrage. This helps my communities. And can I get your commitment to work with the Alaska Native communities, indigenous communities of my state on this issue, on the other issue you talk about contaminated lands, water and sewer. We have communities that don't have clean water and flush toilets. I really want your help on this. We didn't get the help from the Biden administration. They talked a big game, communities of color. They didn't care about the Alaska Native communities, and I need your help on this.
Understood, Senator. You have my commitment to work with you on this.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Zeldin, I want to discuss another issue with you that's affected the Western United States significantly, especially Arizona on the Navajo Nation, and that's the issue of abandoned uranium mines. We have about 500 of them. The nation's been working to clean up these mines for decades now, but the bureaucratic process of the Superfund law has meant that very little progress has been made on this, and it contaminates water, and just the radiation itself causes cancer. One step which was taken during the last Trump administration was to establish a regional office called the Office of Mountains, Deserts, and Plains, which would focus on cutting through the bureaucracy and accelerating the cleanup of mines in the West. Senator Lummis and I introduced legislation last Congress, which passed this committee unanimously, called the Legacy Mine Cleanup Act, which would authorize the creation of the office and accelerate mine cleanup across the Western United States. So will you commit to having your team review the legislation quickly so we can then incorporate EPA's feedback before we introduce the bill this year?
Yes, Senator.
And will you commit to ensuring the issue of abandoned uranium mines remains a priority for the EPA?
Yes, Senator.
Well, thank you for that. And then one final thing I want to discuss with you is, and I know you've spoken about this during the hearing already today. I was not in the room, but my understanding is you talked about PFAS. And as we discussed in my office last week, groundwater is the backup source of drinking water for both Phoenix and Tucson. And it's in an aquifer mostly under the city of Tucson, where Gabby and I live. And this has become more critical, this backup water supply, as the drought conditions in the West has worsened. But especially the groundwater under Tucson in those aquifers have been contaminated with growing PFAS plumes. And the city had to shut down nearly 30 groundwater wells because the water exceeded EPA's drinking water limits. And to date, the city has spent more than $71 million on remediation costs and are in negotiations with EPA Region 9, with the Air Force, with the state, with Tucson Airport, and other private parties to resolve this. And throughout this process and spanning across presidential administrations, EPA Region 9 has been a consistent partner in addressing these challenging issues. So, Mr. Zeldin, if confirmed, will you commit to working with my team and the city of Tucson to address the Tucson PFAS contamination?
Yes, Senator.
So thank you, Mr. Zeldin. Thank you for spending the time. I know this has been a long process and a long hearing. It's great seeing your family here, and look forward to having the opportunity in the committee and eventually on the floor for the vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Senator Ricketts.
Thank you, Chairman Capito, for having this second round of questions. I appreciate it. And Congressman Zeldin, presuming that you get confirmed to be the EPA administrator, you're going to have to work to reestablish the credibility, reestablish the trust for the EPA, and that's going to involve a process of transparency and good faith action on the EPA's part. Part of what I expect you to bring back is accountability. President Biden's EPA had a $41.5 billion with a B program to carry out EV mandates and environmental justice. How many additional dollars went to the Inspector General's office to conduct oversight over those IRA funds that went out? Zero, none. Yeah, that's a problem when you're spending that kind of dollars. Can we have your commitment that you will look into this to make sure those dollars were spent appropriately, that the process was followed properly for all those dollars, and to make sure that any dollars that were not spent appropriately, in fact, Senator Capito and I actually had a press conference on how some of these dollars were being distributed, but if they weren't being distributed, you'll work to claw back those taxpayer dollars?
Yes, Senator.
Great, thank you. We talked a little bit earlier also about the EV mandate. Part of what this IRA dollars we're supposed to be pushing is this EV mandate. Of the 147 communities in my state that are classified as cities, 99 of them don't have a single EV charger. If you're living in communities like Bloomfield, Alliance, Valentine, you're 45 minutes from the nearest charging station. And in my state, EV adoption is like 2%, when nationally it's about 7%. And of course, the current mandate that the EPA is pursuing with their emission standards was to have 2/3 of all new vehicles being sold as EVs in the year 2032. That's just clearly not realistic. And again, as we discussed, we should allow American innovation to be able to help us reduce the impact on the environment, not have the administration pick one solution that they want to push. Do you commit to rolling back these out-of-touch mandates that are costly to Americans and dangerous to our energy grid, increase our reliance on our adversaries like the People's Republic of China?
Senator, it is my obligation, if confirmed, to be following my obligations under the law. And with regards to the Administrative Procedures Act, rules, laws set out that guide the way I answer that question. I'm not allowed to prejudge outcomes going into rulemaking. To ensure that there is durability of any decision to be made at the end of the process, where my answer to that question could potentially be used against any type of a rule regulation that is made. I will tell you that I have heard concerns from you and many others in this chamber of how important it is to look at rules that are currently on the books. I don't sit before you with any type of announcement I'm able to make of any rules that are going to change upon confirmation. I will tell you that I will not prejudge outcomes. However, it is my commitment to follow my obligations under the laws set by Congress, to look at laws, decisions that have been made by the United States Supreme Court, and to make sure that we are pursuing common sense, pragmatic solutions that make sense to you, that you can defend when going back to the constituents that you fight so hard for from your home state. So I look forward to the opportunity of being able to make you proud, being able to make this entire committee, the chairman, proud in hitting the ground running to do my part so that the EPA is being accountable to you as a senator and is accountable to your constituents as taxpayers and as Americans.
Great. Well, thank you, Congressman Zeldin. One of the things we also talked about was certainty. We talked about it in the context of the RVOs. But there's another area of certainty that we've talked about, and we need to continue to talk about. The Supreme Court Sackett versus the EPA decision was a clear directive to narrow the scope of the federal jurisdiction on the Clean Waters Act. And here's just one of the things that just drives me nuts, because this has not just been a Biden administration. This happened under the Obama administration. The Clean Water Act over 50 times says navigable waters. Navigable waters means you can put a boat on it and go someplace. That's the Merriam-Webster definition in really broad terms. Clearly out of scope of what the Congress's intent was. And the decision in Sackett was intended to provide clarity to producers. President Biden's WOTUS revisions have only confused it by talking about things like relatively permanent waters or unclear determinations on which waters are actually jurisdictional under law. Farmers and ranchers in Nebraska deserve better than an EPA taking years to decide the best way to regulate a ditch that might someday hold water. Do you plan on providing clear and durable waters of the U.S. guidance to producers as an administrator?
Senator, I believe that it's incredibly important for the EPA to provide clear and durable guidance as it relates to waters of the U.S. The Sackett decision is easy to understand for any of those property owners in your state, yet still they have questions as it relates to the rules and regulations that are on the books. It should be as clear as possible so that your people can understand without having to go hire an attorney or someone else to assist them with compliance and definitions.
Great. Well, again, I would just remind you that the Clean Water Act says navigable waters. It's a pretty plain English definition. Congress's intent could not have been more clear. And so I just remind you as you're going through that process to keep that in mind. Thank you very much, Congressman Zeldin.
Thank you.
Chairman.
Senator Markey.
Thank you, Madam Chair, again, and congratulations on your new position. And respectfully to my friend from Nebraska, there is no EV mandate. Doesn't exist. There is no EV mandate. It's not a mandate. It's a clean car standard. It's just technology neutral, driven by American innovation and the need to protect our environment. So there is no mandate. I have to keep repeating that every time. So again, Congressman, Project 2025 proposes to eliminate the Office of Enforcement and Compliance Assurance at the EPA. Do you agree with that proposal?
Senator, first off, I've never read any word of Project.
No, I'm not going to ask if you read it. But do you agree with the proposal to eliminate the Office of Enforcement and Compliance Assurance at the EPA?
While that is something that I had never thought of before you're asking that question, no. It's an important function of the EPA, and we've had good extended conversations here about that topic during today's hearing, Senator.
Okay, so again, that just prompted the question, and the answer is a very good answer. Thank you. On the EPA Clean Car Rule, it's projected to cut air pollution and prevent about 2,500 premature deaths in a single year. And over the life of it, it would obviously be tens of thousands of lives which are saved. And it would save drivers $46 billion in fuel costs, 15 billion barrels of oil that would not have to be used, and $6,000 over the life of the new vehicle. So if confirmed, are you planning to initiate a new rulemaking that could undermine those clean car standards?
Senator, if confirmed, I cannot sit before you and announce the initiation of any new rules. I have no announcements to make of rules that are going to change, and I plan on following my obligations under the law to ensure that throughout my tenure, if confirmed as EPA administrator, that I never prejudge outcomes heading into that process.
Okay, well, again, the savings are quite profound for American consumers, dollars in their pockets because of those much higher standards that don't require oil to be put into gasoline tanks, where we put about 70% of all the oil that we consume. In September, RFK Jr., the Health and Human Services nominee, went on the Dr. Phil show, and he said, quote, it's glyphosate, which is the active ingredient in Roundup. It's the pesticides, it's atrazine, it's PFOAs, the forever chemicals. We're mass poisoning an entire generation of kids. Do you agree with that conclusion by RFK Jr. that these pesticides are mass poisoning the kids in our country?
Senator, I would welcome an opportunity to be able to read through all of the science and research that is being cited to support that conclusion, to be able to answer that question, following the review of that material. That's a review that I would need to I would need to engage in.
Yeah, it's obviously a very serious question, and it's one that hopefully would have the EPA working with HHS on a resolution of that issue. And in the 2.5 years since its passage, the Inflation Reduction Act has spurred the creation of 400,000 jobs and $420 billion in investment. 193 million of direct federal spending actually has gone to your former congressional district since 2022. So regardless of your stance on the bill back then, it did become law, and more than $68 billion has already been appropriated by the EPA from the IRA and the bipartisan infrastructure law. So are you going to ensure that EPA's ongoing implementation of grants, which have already been fairly awarded under existing laws like the IRA and the bipartisan infrastructure law, that they're not impeded or are held up for political reasons?
Senator, my commitment is to follow the law. As it relates to so much of what's getting discussed during this hearing, that is the obligation that motivates me. I have to be prepared to sit before this committee and be able to answer questions as it relates to funds that have gone out the door, not just currently, but also in the future. It's important for me to get my hands, my head all wrapped around everything that's been going out the door. Senator, I was concerned when there was a video a few weeks ago of a political appointee at the EPA who was talking about how they were tossing gold bars off the Titanic to distribute billions of dollars before Inauguration Day on Monday. I don't know at all what grants were being referenced with that repeated comment. It was also referenced in that video that they were tossing these gold bars off the Titanic with an eye towards getting themselves jobs from recipient NGOs. I don't know what any of that's about, but that's concerning to me. I want to be able to answer to you and to answer to every member of this committee that I'm being a good steward of the tax dollars.
Okay, well, I just want to remind you that 80% of all of those grants have gone to Republican districts. So, so that's, I think, something that you should keep in mind in terms of, I would say, the impartiality of what those decisions have been at the EPA. And that's not just some ideological set of decisions if 80% of the money is going to red states. So I guess all I would say is I heard what you're saying, but I just hope you would resist the temptation to hold a witch hunt and to, you know, break out the torches and the pitchforks to go after all these programs, because I think they must have been pretty fairly, you know, given out if a blue presidency at the EPA, you know, led to 80% of the money going to red districts. So is that I just want a presumption of innocence from you in terms of the decisions that were made on
Right. Yes, Senator. I just want to be able to account.
I appreciate that, but I just need your
yes, Senator,
your assurance that you do assume that most of this was done fairly.
Senator, I would only can assume. I can only assume, as I sit here, that upon review, that there will be. I will find out about all sorts of funding that went out the door that was following the law as written by Congress. All I'm saying is that I want to have the ability to sit before Chairman Capito, who's been very vocal on this issue, and be able to answer her question on a specific grant that she's spoken out about, or grants that committee members may speak about in the future. I just want to be in a position to account to all of you as far as the dollars being spent by EPA. I can only assume that there will be funding that will be, from that review, that will be in accordance with the law.
So I'm going to go to Senator Schiff. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Zeldin, although California banned the installation of lead pipes in 1985, the average home in South Los Angeles is over 70 years old and more likely to contain corroded lead plumbing than other regions in the state. Lead in drinking water, particularly from old pipes and plumbing systems, is a significant public health threat, especially for children. Out of the 58 counties in the state of California, Fresno County has one of the largest numbers of children with high levels of lead in their blood. In 2016, nearly 14% of children tested in one Fresno neighborhood had reported high lead levels. 25% of schools in Fresno reported finding lead coming from their drinking water fountains. 40 homes had lead levels above the federal limit. In October, the EPA announced new final regulations requiring drinking water systems across the country to identify and replace all lead pipes within 10 years. Will you continue the EPA's work to help local communities like those in Fresno and in South Los Angeles replace lead pipes, particularly in many of these communities that are historically underserved?
I'll look forward to that opportunity to work with you, Senator, on this issue.
The EPA administers 12 geographic programs, longstanding geographic-specific programs that help protect local ecosystems and communities from climate change, habitat loss, and pollution. Their efforts to add the Salton Sea in California, which is an ecological disaster, potentially paired with the Great Salt Lake, which has similar ecological and health issues, as part of EPA's geographic program designation. If successful, that would mean revenues that could be used to mitigate that environmental hazard in a very neglected part of the state. Will you pledge to consider adding the Salton Sea to one of these geographic programs?
Yes, Senator. I know from our conversation yesterday just how important this is to you. I look forward to getting more familiar about this issue, and that certainly can be my commitment as I sit here today, that if confirmed, I would welcome that opportunity to work with you on this issue and see what I could do to assist.
Thank you. Let me address a third critical issue affecting the health and well-being of millions of Californians, and that is air quality, not only in the aftermath of the ongoing wildfires, but also in the breadbasket of America. Unfortunately, we have some of the worst air quality in the nation, failing to meet federal health standards for both ozone and particulate pollution. This pollution directly impacts our families, our children, our communities. Last summer, residents of Fresno had just 10 days of healthy air, a stark reminder of the urgency of the situation. The EPA has long supported California's efforts to address this crisis through clean vehicle programs, regulatory actions, and strong enforcement. We have to continue this vital work, pushing for policies that protect public health and create a cleaner, healthier future for the San Joaquin Valley and all of California. Do you support investments like the ones that the EPA has made in the San Joaquin Valley to improve the quality of air there?
Senator, to the maximum extent possible under the law that I, if confirmed as EPA Administrator, can assist on this and all the other issues that you referenced here today, I would welcome that opportunity to be able to work with you. As far as specific funding commitments, I need to make sure that I'm following my obligations under the laws Congress sets out as to how funding should be appropriated so that I can account to you afterwards. So moving forward, if there's any funding now and in the future that EPA has an obligation to distribute to help with this, I welcome that opportunity. It's possible that I might need to defer to Congress to be able to give me access to funding for investments in the future, if that's part of what you're referring to. Regardless, you have my commitment to work with you on this.
I appreciate it. Finally, one of the things that I found most striking as I have traveled around the state in the last couple of years, I expected, coming from an LA district, to get a full indoctrination on water and the competition between the cities and the farms over water, and I did. But what was more striking to me was just how many tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people in places like the Central Valley can't drink their own water. And here I'm not talking about lead, although lead is a problem there, but the flooding of dairy waste ponds into water wells, the depletion of the aquifers resulting in manganese. There are just thousands of people told you can't drink your water, you can't bathe in your water. A lot of these communities don't have the resources to address it, and I would, if confirmed, I would want to work with you to do everything we can to make sure that everyone in the state of California and indeed the country has access to good, clean drinking water.
Yes, Senator, this is extremely important. No American should feel like a story they might hear about, read about of poverty in Iraq or Afghanistan. No American should feel like they are living in some third world country or some war-torn country. Every American should be able to access clean water, potable water, and that's something that I look forward to doing my part, if confirmed, to be able to work with you and everyone on the committee to ensure that we are delivering as a nation.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Well, I am going to bring this down to a close here. My office has received numerous letters of support of Congressman Zeldin's nomination as EPA Administrator, with more continuing to arrive. The sources of these letters demonstrate the wide-ranging support of Congressman Zeldin's nomination, so I would ask unanimous consent to enter these 27 letters into the record for all to see. All right, we're unanimous. So I would like to thank you, Congressman Zeldin. I'd also make just several quick observations. It's obvious to me in the testimony and the questions that you took a lot of time and effort through you and your and the folks that were helping you to make sure that every member had access to you and had a conversation with you before you actually testified before the committee. I think that was definitely reflected in the tone and the substance that we saw here today. So I appreciate that. I know it's time consuming and difficult sometimes to get on everybody's schedule, but I think you did a magnificent job here. And so without further questions, I would like to thank you and thank your family for being here and for your participation. Senators who wish to submit without written questions for the record have until 5 p.m. Tomorrow, Friday, January 17th, to do so. The nominees' responses to those questions for the record are due back to the committee no later than 9 a.m. on Tuesday, day after inauguration, January 21st. With that, I do look very much forward to helping to shepherd you. I think you've done an excellent job here today. You will be an excellent administrator to the EPA, and I fully expect that your confirmation will be very positive. Thank you very much, and everybody enjoy the day. Thank you.
I've done both because I was like, I don't have a passport yet. I don't have a license. I don't have Social Security. Yes, it's like changed with the Social Security. Yeah, I think I'm going to try to go first. Yeah. And I'm hoping to save the team. Yes. Yeah. Is that what you're working on? Yeah. Don't worry about it. Molly works. Yeah. Be in touch. I have to go.
I got to pick up my PC.
But I will see you. What's your plan? Do you need a place to hang out? Because my office is around the corner.
Senior. I'll take them in West Virginia.
Can you reference the York report?
Right, on reliability.
Yeah, I was assuming that you were sort of alluding to the lending problem, and sort of, but I wanted to clarify your remarks.
Well, I mean, I think the issue is affordability and reliability, and repeatedly over the last 4 years, as the Biden EPA has prioritized
On this issue, if confirmed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Marshall.
Well, thank you, Chairman Crapo, Ranking Member Wyden. It's great to join the Finance Committee. As I listen around, it seems like to me like so many of us share the same goal.
All right, so we're listening in live to a nomination hearing for Treasury Secretary and nominee Scott Bessent right there. I did want to share this with you as President-elect Trump just shared some new information, and he took to social media to share the very latest, talking about appointing special ambassadors to California. California, of course, dealing with a number of issues right now, of course, the raging wildfires. President-elect Trump saying, quote, "It is my honor to announce John Voight, Mel Gibson, and Sylvester Stallone to be special ambassadors to a great but very troubled place, Hollywood, California. They will serve as special envoys to me for the purpose of bringing Hollywood, which has lost much business over the last 4 years to foreign countries, back bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. These three very talented people will be my eyes and ears, and I will get done what they suggest. It will be like the United States of America itself, the golden age of Hollywood." So we did want to share that with you, of course, as California, Southern California in particular, continuing to battle these raging wildfires. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break, continuing, of course, to very closely monitor this nomination hearing of Treasury Secretary nominee Scott Bessent. However, in just a matter of moments, we are expecting to hear from California Attorney General talking about price gouging as bad actors are taking advantage of the wildfires happening right now. And we do want to bring you that live press conference in 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. We are continuing to monitor a number of live events happening right now, including the nomination hearing for Treasury Secretary nominee Scott Bessent. Happening right now, though, out of California, the Attorney General talking about the issue of price gouging as the wildfires rage on. Bad actors taking advantage of this situation, forcing people to pay a lot more money illegally for items as well as housing. And so I do want to pivot to that. That just started, it got underway. Let's head over right there and listen in.
A fellow Californian, of course, but also someone who has called Los Angeles home in the past, who has a daughter who goes to college in Los Angeles County, and someone who leads an incredible agency that I'm very proud and honored to lead, that include members of my team who have lost everything, who have lost their homes, who have been evacuated, who are being impacted. And so I know the trauma and the tragedy that families are reeling from and suffering from and feeling goes across Southern California. And so many are facing the unfathomable. So you have my support, you have my sympathies. Those impacted by this terrible disaster should be focused on healing, on recovering, on rebuilding, on caring for their loved ones, and nothing else. That is what they should entirely be focused on. Unfortunately, that is not the case. Folks across the region are being preyed upon by greedy businesses and landlords, scam artists, and predatory buyers looking to make a quick buck off their pain. They are seeking to re-victimize the victims of the fires, to exploit them in their vulnerable state. They are looking, these predators are looking at the disaster with dollar signs in their eyes instead of kindness in their hearts. And that is unconscionable. It is despicable. It is disgusting, it is sick, and it's unacceptable. And most importantly, it is illegal. That conduct, that predatory conduct, is unlawful. So let me be crystal clear. I take these crimes exceedingly seriously, and we will hold you to account. Be it landlords, short-term rentals, or hotels, price gouging evacuees, or predatory buyers swooping in with low-ball property offers, whether it be scams or looting, you can be sure we will hold you accountable. We're on the case, and we will prosecute where laws have been broken. Don't think we're bluffing and try to call it. You will regret it. You can't exploit victims and break the law for the sake of turning a profit and get away with it. There will be consequences. My team at California DOJ, along with the Governor's Office, the Office of Emergency Services, CAL FIRE, the legislature, Mayor Bass, city and county leaders, law enforcement, and first responders, we're all working together to support and protect impacted families and businesses across the area. The price gouging that we're seeing and hearing about so often, so frequently, so many egregious examples, needs to stop now. Price gouging is a crime, plain and simple. It is unlawful. It is punishable by a year in prison, by a $10,000 criminal fine per instance. It's wrong, it's immoral, and again, it's illegal and needs to stop. Some say, well, there's a higher demand, and we can charge these prices based on, these higher prices based on the increased demand. Well, demand be damned. You must follow the law. And the law does not allow you to increase prices more than 10% from before the declaration of emergency. You cannot jack up prices and take advantage of disaster victims, plain and simple. California law prohibits a business from increasing the price of a good or service more than 10% more than they charged before the emergency. And to be clear, that includes housing, rentals, hotels, construction supplies and services, gas, water, emergency supplies. It's all set forth in Penal Code 396. In a case where a business only began selling the item after the emergency declaration, they cannot charge more than 50% greater than the cost of the item. And I want to just be clear about this. There is increased demand because people have lost their homes and they're looking for a place to stay. They've been suffering from perhaps the worst tragedy they'll ever face in their lives. And they deserve support, they deserve compassion, they deserve services and resources, they deserve their community to wrap their arms around them, not predators to take advantage of them. And so across Southern California, be it LA County, Ventura, San Bernardino, Riverside, Orange, in any California county where there is increased consumer demand as a result of the declared emergency, price gouging laws are in effect, and you cannot exceed that 10% cap. Since the governor declared a state of emergency on January 7th, DOJ has received hundreds of reports of price gouging. On top of that, we've been sent complaints from our partner agencies. We've seen many posted online and in the media, and we've identified reports through other means. Just yesterday, the LA Times published a story about the very real spike in rent gouging happening in our cities. A two-bedroom rental that jumped from $5,000 to $8,000, clearly violating the price gouging prohibitions and laws. A single-family home in Venice that jumped nearly 60%, far over that 10% cap. A five-bedroom home in Santa Monica was listed $15,000 above what they asked last year. A real estate agent even spoke about a client who brazenly ordered her to increase rent above price gouging limits because the demand was too good to pass up and because they doubt there will be prosecution. That client is so very wrong. Today, I'm announcing that DOJ has opened multiple active investigations into price gouging reports, and we will prosecute any crimes we find. We have redistributed and deployed and moved our resources into LA to tackle the price gouging that we're seeing. We have boots on the ground, conducting investigations as we speak, building the criminal cases against price gougers. And we will continue to pursue those cases and others and prosecute to the full extent of the law. We're moving with urgency. I've created a new DOJ Disaster Relief Task Force that is dedicated to uncovering and investigating and prosecuting price gouging and other crimes targeting disaster victims without delay. Attorneys and investigators and staff from our Consumer Protection Section, our Special Prosecution Section, our cybercrime team, our Public Inquiry Unit are working around the clock in partnership with our Division of Law Enforcement. We're doing everything we can to protect Californians who are looking for a safe place to evacuate, looking to rebuild, looking to care for their terrified kids in the most basic ways: a clean bed, a warm bath, a safe place to spend the night. In fact, we've already had instances where landlords and businesses have reduced their prices in accordance with the law after we got involved, and they knew we were looking. We've been engaged and will continue to engage with housing and short-term rental platforms, including Airbnb. We're pleased that Airbnb is now blocking listing price increases over 10% in the impacted areas and is displaying the consumer alert my team put out to all hosts in LA and Ventura County. So they are refusing to post price gouging on their platform. The company's taken steps to ensure their hosts comply with the law. And frankly, they're doing the right thing. I thank them for doing that. We hope other platforms will follow suit and do the same. There's no doubt that short-term rentals are one critical housing resource amidst this emergency. What they're not and can't be is a get-rich-quick scheme. To that end, I also want to thank the governor for the executive order he issued yesterday that will jumpstart cleanup and rebuilding and fast-track temporary housing for those who were displaced. In addition to those investigations and actions, my team sent letters to trade associations and short and long-term rentals, as well as hotel chains, reminding them of price gouging rules, and in some instances requesting more information. I urge recipients of the letters to heed our warnings and comply with our request. We'd much rather work with businesses that than have to go after them or the businesses using their platforms. Finally, we know many businesses use algorithms to track and alter the price of housing and hotel costs. I'd remind businesses that an algorithm is not an excuse to break the law. Algorithm or not, you're still responsible for price gouging on your platforms and complying with the law. Consider turning off the algorithm or closely monitoring your prices so you don't find us knocking on your door. I can't stress this enough. We, at the California DOJ, we cannot respond to crimes we don't know about. So please, if you or someone you know has experienced price gouging, report it immediately to my office at oag.ca.gov/LA-fires. We have created a new website specifically to provide resources and support and pursue prosecutions related to the LA fires. You can also call us at our hotline, 800-952-5225. 800-952-5225. Even if you've already paid, even if you decided not to buy a good or service because of the price being too high, if you have seen or you've experienced price gouging, we want to hear from you. So please reach out to us. As I said, our mere involvement is often enough to get a business to comply with the law. To help expedite your complaint, we have some brief tips for reporting to ensure our team has as much of the information as they need up front. And these visuals here also help capture what we're looking for that can help us advance our investigation leading to potential prosecution. First, bring us the receipts. Email conversations, text messages, DMs, voicemails, screenshots of rental listings and hotel charges, call records, all super helpful as we build our case. Anything that shows what prices you were offered, when, and by who. If you're on a site like Zillow, you can also send screenshots of the price history and a link to the listing. Second, give us the details. First and last names of the realtors, listing agents, or business owners you spoke to, phone numbers, email addresses, home and business addresses, websites, social media accounts. Any information that can help us find and contact the business or the landlord. The more information we get up front means the fewer questions we'll have to ask later. Price gouging is just one crime to look out for, unfortunately. Predatory buyers, scams and frauds and looting are others. Predatory buyers prey on scared and grieving communities who've watched homes, businesses, and neighborhoods go up in flames. These buyers swoop in with unsolicited offers to purchase property in the fire-affected areas for low-ball offers. On Tuesday, Governor Newsom issued an executive order that prohibits these types of unsolicited property offers, giving property owners some breathing room and protection as they recover from these fires. I appreciate the governor's quick and aggressive action to protect families and have told him that DOJ stands ready and willing to investigate predatory buyers who violate this order and hold them to account. Again, if you are targeted by predatory unsolicited offers on your property, let us know. Californians should also be on the lookout for scam artists who've been known to see an emergency like this as an open door, as an opportunity. Be on the lookout for fake organizations masquerading as charities and scammers who use crowdfunding sites to falsely claim that they're raising funds for victims. These types of scams have been known to target unsuspecting and well-meaning individuals, including seniors or immigrants and those who don't speak English as their first language. Some even create fraudulent organizations with names that sound eerily legitimate and are easy to fall for, like American Red Cross of California. a now defunct organization DOJ ordered to cease and desist back in 2019 for misleading donors. They were trying to ride on the coattails and good name of the actual Red Cross that we know. Scams come in many forms. They're often creative, confusing, and persuasive. They can come by text or phone calls, emails, social media, and crowdfunding sites, or in person. These are a few scams in particular to be wary of during the natural disaster where homes are destroyed and people are displaced. The first is a contractor scam where a contractor will try to promise you he'll get your house rebuilt first and fastest, and in exchange for that promise, he'll ask, or the contractor will ask for a significant upfront deposit. Be wary of requests for upfront payments before you've received any services. There are also insurance adjuster scams where there's a demand for payment before filing a claim. I also call it the government services scam, where someone will ask to be paid to help you access and connect to free government services. A few ways you can stay vigilant: verify credentials, like checking licenses and certifications and reviews. You can also verify contractors at the Contractor State Licensing Board. You can verify adjusters at the Department of Insurance. Be skeptical of demands for upfront payments. As I mentioned, confirm authenticity through official channels. Go to official websites to confirm the person or entity that you're working with is actually official. Of course, monitor your bank accounts, report fraud immediately. Finally, we're seeing reports of looting. There's no way around it. Looting is wrong. It's dangerous. It's illegal. And it's an additional crime on top of the theft. California DOJ will not stand for looting. Looting hurts the people and businesses who already are hurting. It destroys property. It interferes with first responders trying to do life-saving work. And it siphons off resources that should be used elsewhere. To anyone who would go out and take advantage of this tragedy for greedy gain, to businesses and landlords engaging in price gouging, to predatory buyers preying on vulnerable homeowners, to those scamming and defrauding others, to those looting our homes and our businesses, I say this: you will be held accountable. Everything I've discussed today can be found on our new website, as I mentioned, oag.ca.gov/LA-FIRES. It's a one-stop shop for all the resources you need from our office. Before I open it up to questions, I just want to say thank you to all of the brave firefighters, law enforcement, and first responders who've been working 24/7 for more than a week, putting their own lives on the line to save their fellow Californians. We cannot thank you enough. To all Southern California residents, please continue to monitor official alerts, red flag warnings, and evacuation orders. When you get the order to evacuate, please respond and act immediately. And I know we are all connected to our homes and the things in it, as I am, but most everything in your home is replaceable, but you are not, your family is not, your loved ones are not. Californians are resilient, we are strong, especially when we stand united. So that's what we ought to be doing now, and what I'm committed to doing now and through the healing process. We'll get through this. We will recover together. We will rebuild together. We will heal together. Please know that my team at DOJ and I are here to support you throughout this devastating time. We're at your service for whatever you might need. With that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Mr. Bondi, just a couple things, if I may, please. So the 10% price gouging threshold is enforced at the time, or if it's after the declaration of an emergency. So the city of LA declared an emergency, like I think it was like 5/17, the evening of January 7th. Which one do you look at for your cases? The city, state, or the county, or everything?
What do you mean the city, the state, or the county?
Because the governor declared a state of emergency, the county has, I believe, and the city. So you talked about the state of emergency. I'm just curious what your jurisdiction, I guess, looks like.
Yeah, any and all legitimate declarations of emergency apply. And the price gouging laws apply to each of them. So if there is a difference in timing and January 7th is sort of the major day around which the declarations of emergency were declared. But if you need to get specific around the time, they all have effect. It's not one that trumps the other. We've been mostly looking at the governor's declaration of emergency in Ventura County and LA County on January 7th, and so we're essentially looking at prices before January 7th, prices after January 7th, comparing them, doing a side-by-side, and making sure that the prices after January 7th do not exceed that 10% cap.
Is this crime a misdemeanor or a felony?
It's a misdemeanor, punishable by up to a year in jail and a $10,000 criminal penalty per violation. So if there's multiple violations, you can stack penalties potentially. And there's also civil liability up to $2,500 per violation for price gouging.
Is that enough, do you think? Is the penalty there?
Right now we need to be using the full extent of the law, punishing people to the fullest extent. This is just unimaginable conduct during this time when people need the exact opposite of being preyed on, exploited, victimized. They need support and healing and help. I know that there's some consideration of the penalties involved. I think that's an appropriate discussion to have. I think it's also important to make sure that folks are held accountable every time they commit a crime, every time there's price gouging, every time there's looting. We need to hold folks accountable, and that's what we're focused on. That accountability. Yes?
Is there any more that can be done about corporate predatory buyers who have, even in the past, been found to contribute to the housing shortage because they turn those units into short-term vacation rentals, and they're taking the housing stock out of what's available to the community?
Yeah, the governor's executive order yesterday or recently that prevented these unsolicited, lowball, undervalued offers certainly, I think, addresses some of what you're saying. Those making the offers, likely people with capital, trying to get a fire sale deal, a good deal, and on a home when someone is desperate and vulnerable, and may use it. The idea is profit making, so could likely use it to put on the short-term market instead of putting another person in a home. It's an ongoing discussion more broadly around homes that are vacant, homes that are for short-term rentals, as opposed to long-term residences for families and for Californians. And I know we're going to have continued policy debate about that. Hi.
Just to clarify, the governor extended the price gouging protections until March. Is that extension for the price gouging protections to LA County or neighboring counties as well?
The governor's initial emergency declaration applied to both LA County and Ventura County. His extension applied to LA County. So there's some asymmetry there. But I do want to say this. The price gouging rules of Penal Code 396 apply anywhere in the state of California where there is increased demand because of the disaster. So if someone leaves LA County and goes to Santa Barbara County seeking housing because they've been evacuated or displaced because of the fires in LA County, even though there's no declaration of emergency specifically related to Santa Barbara, the price gouging protections protect that individual who's trying to find housing in Santa Barbara County. Thank you.
You said you had multiple investigations. Can you put a number on it?
No, because they're evolving, and there's many. Over 10, with more coming in every day, and it's dynamic. And we are developing the criminal case. We need to have evidence that's admissible. We need to have victim statements. So we're making sure we cross all the I's, cross all the T's, dot all the I's, make sure we have a case where we can meet our burden of proof, which is very high, of beyond a reasonable doubt on a criminal case. But it's dynamic. From my last discussion with my team before I walked out here, there likely is even more because we're getting so many reports and we're deploying so many assets to do the investigations. Thank you.
Apologies for the defeated ledge. Donald Trump comes in office next Monday. He's promised mass deportations of undocumented immigrants. What would be your message to those who are in California main national or Filipino Americans, what's your message to them?
My message to our immigrant communities in the state of California is we have the most immigrants in the nation. Our immigrants have made California great, made us strong, helped drive our economy forward, brought ingenuity and innovation to our state, and we support our immigrants in California. And we also support the rule of law in California, and including a president who follows the law. Under Trump 1.0, the president had a proclivity to break the law consistently and regularly. He wanted to do what he wanted, when he wanted, how he wanted. We took him to court over 100 times. We won a vast majority of those times. So we have been thinking about our immigrant communities for months, about the attacks that could come under a Trump administration 2.0, and preparing to hold the Trump administration and Mr. Trump accountable for any violations of the law. Some of the things that he said he will do will break the law, like ending birthright citizenship through an executive order. You cannot do that. It's a constitutional right. Or militarizing the National Guard, or calling in the National Guard, or bringing the military for mass deportations. So we value our immigrants. We have the most immigrants in the nation. Immigrants have helped us become the 5th largest economy in the world and drive our economy forward. And we will continue to ensure that the Trump administration does not violate the law as it seeks to target and attack our immigrant communities here in California.
Well, on that note, is there anything else Monday with Trump taking office that concerns you as a top law enforcement officer in the state of California with regards to fires? I mean, that's particularly a vulnerable time for Southern California. Does the Trump administration present, is it a good or bad thing for Southern California, in your opinion?
You know, I expect any president, including Mr. Trump, when he takes office on Monday, to follow the time-honored tradition in the United States of the federal government assisting states who are wrestling with and confronting and suffering from natural disasters. The President did that when he provided aid swiftly and decisively to Florida and to Texas when they were facing horrific hurricanes. He didn't ask if they were a red state or a blue state, and if they were a red state, which they both are, condition funding or withhold funding. So I fully expect Mr. Trump to provide aid, federal aid to California because of the Southern California fires. There's a whole number of actions, potential actions that he might take on day one based on what he said, his inner circle has said, Project 2025 says. I referenced a couple of those around militarization or calling in National Guard for mass deportations or ending birthright citizenship. There's some when it comes to reproductive freedom as well, like trying to weaponize the Comstock Act to prevent the mailing of abortion medication, which is fully legal. You could take a difference of opinion from the Biden ATF on ghost guns and not regulate them as the guns that they are. You could take action on diversity, equity, and inclusion programs, or launch attacks on the LGBTQ plus community. There's a whole range of things he might do on day one. And our view is we will only act if he does something unlawful. That's our North Star, the rule of law. If he follows the law, is a law-abiding president, which shouldn't be too much to ask, we will have absolutely nothing to do. If he violates the Constitution, exceeds his jurisdiction, otherwise violates federal law or other governing law, we'll have a lot to do. So what we do is entirely based on him. But those are some possibilities of what you might see on day one.
Thank you, everyone. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
So that was the California Attorney General discussing price gouging amid the raging wildfires, saying that all bad actors who try and take advantage of those impacted by the wildfires will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. He did not take any other additional questions. What we're going to do is we're going to step away for our final 2-minute break of the hour, continuing our live coverage after that. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinn. At this hour, we do have some sad news to share with you. The first is this. Writer-director David Lynch, who really transformed American film, has died at the age of 78 years old. The filmmaker celebrated for his uniquely dark vision in such movies as Blue Velvet and Mulholland Drive, as well as the TV series Twin Peaks. He has died just days before his 79th birthday. His family making that announcement on Facebook today. Now, the cause of death and location were not immediately available, but Lynch had been public about his emphysema. The statement reading, quote, "We would appreciate some privacy at this time. There's a big hole in the world now that he is no longer with us. But as he would say, keep your eye on the donut and not on the hole." It's a beautiful day with golden sunshine and blue skies all the way. Now, Lynch was a one-time artist who broke through in the 1970s with the surreal Eraserhead and rarely failed to startle and inspire audiences and peers in the following decades. His notable releases range from the neo-noir Mulholland Drive to the skewed gothic of Blue Velvet to the eclectic and eccentric Twin Peaks. His other credits included the crime story Wild at Heart, winner of the Palme d'Or at the Cannes Film Festival, and the biographical drama The Elephant Man, as well as the G-rated and straightforward The Straight Story. So some sad news to pass along to you as David Lynch, the filmmaker celebrated for such movies as Blue Velvet and Mulholland Drive, died at age 78, just days before his 79th birthday. The location and cause of his death not immediately available, but Lynch had been public about his ongoing battle with emphysema, and really in the recent months he was saying that because of COVID he really did not feel comfortable leaving his home, especially because he was battling with emphysema. We did want to share that with you right now. We also have some more sad news. You're taking a live look right here from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, as we do have another passing to let you know about. This is Bob Uecker, of course, the famed Brewers icon and Baseball Hall of Famer. Bob Uecker passing away today at the age of 90 years old. And tributes to Mr. Baseball himself continue to pour in. He was the voice of his hometown Milwaukee Brewers, who after a short playing career earned the moniker Mr. Baseball and honors as well from the Hall of Fame. He passed away this morning at age 90. The team announcing his passing earlier this morning, calling it, quote, one of the most difficult days in Milwaukee Brewers history. And in a statement released by the club, Uecker's family said that he had battled small cell lung cancer since early 2023, saying, quote, even in the face of this challenge, his enthusiasm for life was always present, never allowing his spirit to falter. Uecker was best known as a colorful comedian and broadcaster who earned his nickname during one of his numerous appearances on Johnny Carson's late night show. He was born and raised in Milwaukee and was truly a beloved member of the baseball community and pillar of the sport in Wisconsin. MLB Commissioner Tom Manfred said, quote, even with his considerable success in Hollywood, Bob remained fiercely loyal to baseball and to Milwaukee. He loved the game and used his platform to help numerous charitable causes in his hometown and beyond. Bob was the genuine item, always the funniest person in any room he was in, and always an outstanding ambassador for our national pastime. We are grateful for this baseball life like no other, and we will never forget him. Now, when the Brewers clinched the NL Central title in 2024, manager Pat Murphy threw an arm around Uecker in the locker room, pulling him tight as the players popped their corks ready to shower Mr. Baseball in champagne. Murphy proclaiming There is no one who epitomizes a champion the way this man does right here. What an example for us to be with every single day, Bob Uecker. And as news of Uecker's death spread, numerous fans converged at his statue outside the American Family Field, paying their respects by leaving flowers, brewer caps, and cans of the Miller Lite beer that he endorsed at the base of the statue. Once again, this is a live look from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, at the stadium right there. Meanwhile, we continue our coverage at this hour. Time right now is coming up on 2 o'clock Eastern, 11 o'clock Pacific. We have another live event happening right now. President Biden is expected to deliver remarks at the Department of Defense farewell ceremony. The ceremony getting underway right now. We have not seen President Biden, but I did want to share this live look with you so we can listen in.
Honor, guard, stand. Ladies and gentlemen, taking her seat is the First Lady of the United States, Dr. Jill Biden. Also taking his seat is Mr. Doug Emhoff, second gentleman. Now taking her seat is Mrs. Charlene Austin. And taking her seat is Mrs. Shireen Brown. Distinguished guests, please stand for the arrival of the official party and remain standing as honors are rendered and for the invocation given by Chaplain Colonel James D. Key. Taking their positions on the reviewing stand are the hosts for today's ceremony, the Honorable Lloyd J. Austin III, the 28th Secretary of Defense, accompanied by the 21st Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Charles Q. Brown, Jr. Distinguished guests, the Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris. Distinguished guests, the President of the United States.
Order! 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 Color! Ready! Cut! Hot! Rain! Rain! Rust! Stack! Hot! Rain! Rest!
Distinguished guests, Chaplain Key.
Let us all pause and bow our heads and close our eyes for a word of prayer. Morning by morning, new mercies I see, all I have needed, thy hand hath provided. Great is thy faithfulness, Lord, unto me. Dear God, we pause right now and ask that you bless today's farewell tribute for President Joseph Biden. His 50 years of dedicated public service work is an example of what it means to be the keeper of the flame. His unshakable commitment and loyalty to our great nation has not gone unnoticed. His selfless service has allowed him to work faithfully during moments of joy and challenge. Over the years, he has adapted to many changes and sacrificed personal time when duty called. And so, dear God, on this day, please keep President Biden and his family under your influence. If you will, dispatch an angel from heaven to protect the family from hurt, harm, and danger. And during moments of uncertainty or stormy weather, remind them that you surely can and you surely will. Remind them that where you lead, you provide. And finally, dear God, compel all of us here today to be thankful for what has been and grateful for what has yet to be. For it is in your mighty and liberating and holy name we pray. And we all say together on this great day, amen and amen.
Please be seated.
Honor guard! Attention! Color! Right shoulder! Arm! Color! Ready! Cut!
Representing America's armed forces and participating in today's review from left to right are the Old Guard Fife and Drum Corps, the United States Army Band, the Presidential Marching Platoon from the Army's 3rd United States Infantry Regiment, the Old Guard, the United States Marine Honor Guard from Marine Barracks, Washington, 8th and I. The colors have always been one of the most important elements of a military unit. At the center of our formation is an Armed Forces Color Guard bearing the national colors and the service flags of the Army, Marine Corps, Navy, Air Force, Space Force, and Coast Guard. Following is an element from the United States Navy Honor Guard from Navy Yard, Washington, D.C. The next element online is comprised of a flight from the United States Air Force Honor Guard from Joint Base Anacostia, Bowling. And last is an element of the United States Coast Guard Honor Guard from Coast Guard Station Alexandria.
Troop in review. Mr. Secretary, this concludes honors. Post the staff. Staff, right? Face.
Distinguished guests, please stand for the advancing of the colors and remain standing for the playing of the national anthem.
Color, forward, march! Sir, colors are present. Present! Arch! Detachment, Present arms.
Please be seated.
Detachment order. Arms. Order. Arms. Ceremonial. Ceremonial. At ease. Staff. Ceremonial. At ease.
The Distinguished Public Service Medal is being awarded to Joseph R. Biden, Jr. President Joseph R. Biden, Jr. is recognized for distinguished public service as the 46th President of the United States from January 2021 to January 2025. In the face of unparalleled national security challenges, American global leadership under President Biden left both the United States and the Department of Defense far stronger and far better postured for the challenges of the 21st century. His leadership ensured a strategic focus on competing with the People's Republic of China, achieved through consistent investment and historied progress with allies and partners in the region. Notably, President Biden's leadership delivered the landmark Australia, United Kingdom, and United States Trilateral Security Partnership, a generational opportunity to enhance deterrence and ensure a free and open Indo-Pacific region. His leadership galvanized the North Atlantic Treaty Organization and helped marshal support for Ukraine's defense against Russia's unprovoked invasion, including the provision of tens of billions in critical security assistance. President Biden's leadership also ensured America's ironclad support for Israel's self-defense following the horrific attacks of October 7, 2023. He showed a profound and personal commitment to the Department of Defense and a deep respect and concern for our troops and their families, which resulted in and enabled critical efforts to take care of America's military community. As Commander-in-Chief, President Biden believed in and invested in the United States military, securing historic funding for the Department of Defense to ensure that the United States will have the capabilities that it needs to defend itself and lead far into the future. His extraordinary leadership left America safer and will ensure that the United States military remains the strongest fighting force on earth. The distinctive accomplishments of President Biden reflect great credit upon himself, the Department of Defense, and the United States of America. The Distinguished Public Service Medal is being awarded to Dr. Jill Biden. Dr. Jill Biden is recognized for distinguished public service in support of members of the United States Armed Forces from January 2021 to January 2025. As the First Lady of the United States of America, Dr. Biden brought a lifetime of personal experience, determination, and selfless service to institutionalize a range of key programs and policies benefiting service members, veterans, families, caregivers, and survivors. Building upon her previous work as Second Lady, she launched the second phase of Joining Forces in 2021, a White House initiative to support military and veteran families, caregivers, and survivors. Through Joining Forces, Dr. Biden led policy efforts focused on supporting military family employment and entrepreneurship, military child education, and military family health and well-being. This was accomplished through interagency collaboration, working directly with service members, veterans, and family members, and linking arms with the nonprofit community. She strengthened the economic security of our military families to include enabling military spouses who are federal employees teleworking overseas access to safer and more secure working and living environments. With personal expertise and passion, Dr. Biden supported the academic achievement of military children by enhancing awareness of the unique needs of military children, specifically military children with disabilities and their families. She also called urgent attention to critical quality of life issues and worked with non-governmental organizations to ensure that all service members, veterans, and their families have the tools they need to succeed. Through Joining Forces, Dr. Biden inspired, educated, and sparked action from all sectors of society to ensure service members, veterans, and their families have the support they have earned and deserve. The distinctive accomplishments of Dr. Biden reflect great credit upon herself, the Department of Defense, and the United States of America.
Step. 10, honor, guard. Go. Attention.
Distinguished guests, please stand for the posting of the colors.
Post the colors. Step. Right. Face.
Please be seated.
Step. Left. Face. Colors. Ready. Cut. Ceremonial. At ease. Colors. Stand at ease. Step. Ceremonial. At ease. Honor, go! Color, go! Attention! Ceremonial at ease! Color, stand at ease! Stand. Ceremonial at ease.
Distinguished guests, General Brown.
Well, good afternoon. That is a very, very tough act to follow. Now, today we gather to honor and say farewell to our Commander-in-Chief, a man who has dedicated his life in service of our nation, a man who for over 50 years has fought for those who serve in uniform, fought to prepare our military for the challenges they face defending our nation, whether forward deployed or back at home. He fought as a senator from Delaware to ensure our service members, veterans, and their families were taken care of. He fought as vice president for stronger Veterans Affairs programs and more support for service members transitioning back to civilian life. And as our president, he continued to fight, lead our nation through an uncertain and dynamic geostrategic environment, while strengthening our force to protect our future. Mr. President, Dr. Biden, Madam Vice President, Commissioner Inhofe, government and elected officials, civic leaders, Department of Defense leadership, general flag officers, senior enlisted leaders, and distinguished guests, welcome and thank you for being here. President Biden's work with Congress on bipartisan legislation has set our military on a course to confront the threats of tomorrow, to ensure our warfighters are ready when the nation calls. He supported significant investments in shipbuilding to modernize and expand our naval fleet. We are on track to increase the number and lethality of our fighters and bombers and expand our space domain capabilities. We are now on a trajectory to increase long-range fires, implement next-generation combat vehicles, and improve air and missile defense. And generational modernization of U.S. nuclear triad is underway, bolstering our deterrence capabilities. And we're on a pathway has been set to streamline adopting emerging technologies, such as artificial intelligence, quantum computing, and uncrewed systems into our fighting force. Simultaneously, President Biden has worked tirelessly to care for our men and women in uniform and their families, improving the quality of military housing, providing historic pay raises, and implementing new programs to expand the benefits available to all service members. I'd also like to recognize the incredible work of Dr. Joe Biden. She has done what she has done with Joining Forces Initiative, supporting service members, veterans, caregivers, and their families. As our Commander-in-Chief, President Biden has fought for our military time and time again. Today's ceremony is just a small token of our appreciation. So thank you, Mr. President, for all you have done for this nation and its military. Your unwavering commitment to the strengthening of our force and the welfare of our service members, veterans, and families stands as a testament to the deep responsibility you carried throughout your service. On a personal note, I want to thank you for the trust and confidence you placed in me as the 21st Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. It's truly an honor to serve our nation and have this opportunity to lead the Joint Force. Mr. President, your lifetime of selfless service, your unwavering commitment to those that answer our nation's call, and your leadership as our Commander-in-Chief has profoundly shaped our nation. To paraphrase 2 Timothy chapter 4, verse 7, You have fought the good fight. You have finished the race, and you have kept the faith. On behalf of our 2.1 million men and women in uniform, our military families, and our veterans, thank you, Mr. President, for keeping the faith, and those past and present who defend our great nation. Simply said, thanks for your leadership. May God bless you and your family. May God bless our service members and their families. May God continue to bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Ceremony at ease.
Distinguished guests, Secretary Austin.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Mr. President, Dr. Biden, Madam Vice President, and Mr. Imhoff, Department of Defense leadership, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Armed Forces Farewell Tribute in honor of our 46th President. For more than 5 decades, President Joe Biden has thrown himself into public service. And over the past 4 years, he's secured his place in history as one of our great foreign policy presidents. As Secretary of Defense, I have seen this, and I've seen his leadership up close. He took the oath of office as America faced a moment of great challenge. The COVID pandemic was raging, and our allies and partners feared that America had lost its way. President Biden helped America and the world recover from the pandemic. And he renewed American leadership around the planet. President Biden dramatically strengthened our unmatched global network of allies and partners. He rallied the free world to help Ukraine fight for its freedom after Putin's indefensible invasion. He positioned America to succeed in strategic competition with the People's Republic of China. He orchestrated a new convergence in the Indo-Pacific around a shared vision of security, openness, and prosperity. He reinforced NATO, which is now larger, stronger, and more united than ever. He shored up Israel's security after the vile October 7th terrorist assault by Hamas. He helped defend Israel from outrageous direct attacks by Iran. And he's prevented the Middle East from erupting into an all-out regional war. And he has just secured a ceasefire that will stop the fighting in Gaza, surge more humanitarian aid to suffering Palestinian civilians, and reunite the hostages with their families. In Afghanistan, he ended America's longest war, one that spanned 4 presidents, and he refused to hand it over to one more. And he has always understood that the power of our example counts for more than the example of our power. President Biden showed the world the strength and the resolve that only a democracy can muster. Now, as I said, his leadership is rooted in his decades of expertise. President Biden processes policy at graduate levels. And I learned quickly that whenever I went over to the White House, I needed to be prepared to dive deep on key issues, because inevitably, the president will send a question your way. And he'll ask something that takes it to the next level. He insists on hearing a range of views, and he's not afraid of making the big decisions. And he also has a secret weapon, because he's not just the president, he's also Dr. Jill Biden's husband. America knows Dr. Biden as a great educator and a role model. But at the Department of Defense, we also know that she's a proud daughter of a World War II veteran. And she's a long-time champion of our military families and veterans. Dr. Biden, we are deeply, deeply grateful for your continued leadership of joining forces. Your work increased employment opportunities for military spouses. It improved education for military children. It enhanced military family health, and much, much more. And it was great to get to visit Maxwell Air Force Base in Alabama with you recently, where we got to see a universal pre-K class at a Department of Defense school up close. Now, our first family is also a military family. President Biden and Dr. Biden know firsthand what our military families carry, both the worry and the pride. And you can see it in their fierce love for our troops. And I've seen it over and over again. I've been there, Mr. President, when you've reached out to grieving families. I've seen you focus your entire being on a service member, a military spouse, or a military child. And by the way, nobody is going to stop Joe Biden from wading into a crowd of troops. He loves to grab a service member's cell phone and call a stunned loved one. And of course, everyone gets a selfie. Mr. President, that's just who you are. You've pushed hard to make life easier for our troops and their families. Base pay for our troops is up almost 10% since you were sworn in. We're expanding access to affordable child care. And we're doing far more to help military spouses excel in their own careers. And President Biden has also worked hard with Congress to invest in America's future. The department's budget last year was $100 billion more than in his first year. And that will help keep our United States military the strongest fighting force on earth. Now, President Biden always ends his speeches the same way, with the same 5 words. He always says, "May God protect our troops." And he means every word, every time. Mr. President, it has been an honor to serve with you. And I hope that future presidents and secretaries of defense will enjoy similar relationships of trust, candor, and friendship. Our entire department stands together today. We salute your service to the republic that we defend. and we are deeply, deeply grateful for your love of our troops. Thank you, Mr. President and Dr. Biden. May God bless you and your family, and may God continue to bless the United States of America. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to introduce one last time the President of the United States, Joe Biden.
Thank you. Every time I'm here, it's made me so damn proud to be an American. And most all of you as well. 1% of you are defending 99% of us. We owe you big. Just over 240 years ago, George Washington gave his farewell address to the Continental Army. Still astonished by their victory and by their unity, Washington asked, and I quote, "Who that was not a witness could imagine the men who came from different parts of the continent would instantly become one that was not a witness could imagine the men who came from different parts of the continent would instantly become one patriotic band of brothers." That's what you are, one patriotic band of brothers. Vice President Harris, Jill, Doug, Secretary Austin, Secretary Brown, two of the best decisions ever made in my career, I might add. Service secretaries, members of Congress, and most importantly, this patriotic band of service members before me. Serving as your commander-in-chief has been the greatest honor of my life. While I'm deeply grateful for your thanks and affection, I'm here to thank you. Thank you for your service to our nation and for allowing me to bear witness to your courage, your commitment, your character. As I listened to the choir sing, I thought about it. You all represent what America is: character, honesty, integrity, commitment. Like Washington, you've left me astonished, and I mean it. Over the years, I've frequently seen you in action in war zones in Bosnia, Baghdad, Fallujah, Kabul. I was going to bore the hell out of you, but Helmand, Kandahar, and other places. I remember one trip to Afghanistan as vice president. I was at a forward operating base, Wardak Province, which is in eastern Afghanistan. I was asked by a commanding officer to pin a Bronze Star on a soldier for his heroism. A soldier's teammate was hit while driving in a Humvee. And this soldier did everything possible to rescue his colleague from the burning flames. But when I went to pin the medal on him, the soldier looked at me and said, "I don't want it. I don't want it. He died. I don't want it." And in that moment, all I could think about was the incredible courage and humility and moral compass that this soldier had, that all of you have. This is not hyperbole. You are simply the greatest fighting force in the history of the world. In the history of the world. That's a fact. That's not hyperbole, that's a fact. And there's never been a time in history We've asked our military to do so many different things, so many places, all at the same time. And I want to be clear. You've done all these missions with strength, and maybe even importantly, with integrity. When I ask you to end our nation's longest war, it rose to the occasion, evacuating Americans, allies, and our Afghan partners, accomplishing the largest airlift in military history, and ending a war with the same courage that defined American service in Afghanistan for over 20 years. I believe history will reflect it was the right thing to do, but I know it was hard. After decades of losing your brothers and sisters, including the withdrawal, the pain was still real. And it was for me as well. Every day I still carry it, every single day. It's my schedule. On the back of the schedule, every single day, at the top since I've been here, it says daily U.S. troops in Afghanistan. U.S. troops have died in Afghanistan. 2,465. Not over 2,000, 2,465. Troops wounded, 20,769. And every day we'll honor their sacrifice for continuing the mission for which they gave their lives. Fighting terrorism, defending our homeland, and protecting the American people. 6 months after that war ended, when Russia began its largest war in Europe since World War II, I asked you to help defend Ukraine. You didn't hesitate. You kept Ukraine in the fight, trained Ukrainian soldiers and pilots, troops, bolstered NATO's eastern flank, and above all, you showed the world America stands up for freedom, stands with our friends. America stands strong with our allies. We never bend down. We bend down to no one, certainly not Putin. And now, nearly 3 years later, Putin has failed to take Kyiv, failed to make large territorial gains, and failed to break NATO. As a matter of fact, when I spoke to him on the phone, he talked about he wanted us to be the Finland of Europe. And I pointed out to him at the time, for real, that you're not only get the Finland of Europe, you're going to get the Finlandization, not of Europe. You're going to see Europe joining NATO, Finland joining NATO, Sweden joining NATO. And America's watch. Dictators do not get to do whatever the hell they want. Then following Hamas's terrorism on October 7th, I asked you to, excuse my back, by the way. My mother would be very upset. I asked you to deploy to the Middle East. Again, you stepped up, pulling long nights and long deployments to weaken Hamas, to defend Israel against unprecedented attacks on Iran. Imagine had we not. If we don't lead the world, who will lead the world? Who? And twice, you stood up to the attacks by the Houthis in the Red Sea. Last year, I spoke with the women and men aboard the destroyer that took down the first Houthi attacks. It was the USS Carney. And I want you to tell you all what I told them. We owe you. We owe you. And back in May, yesterday I proud to announce a ceasefire, the hostage deal between Israel and Hamas. The road to that deal was not easy. It was 8 months ago I laid down the elements of that deal in May, embraced by countries around the world, because they know we say what we mean, endorsed overwhelmingly by the UN Security Council. It's taken 8 months of nonstop, relentless effort of my administration to get it done. But because of you, all of you standing behind me, because of you, because of so many diplomats and defense professionals, We kept the pressure on Hamas, and we got it done. We got it done. And finally, when I ask you to strengthen America's position in the Pacific, in the middle of all the other conflicts and crises, you said no problem. You kept China in check. Remember when we took office? China was going to overcome the United States economically and politically by 2030. Everybody wrote that, except here in this building. The skies open, the seas free, and our allies close. You established our first trilateral defense partnership with Australia and the United Kingdom, our first trilateral partnership that we said couldn't get done with Japan and the Philippines, and our first trilateral partnership between Japan and South Korea. Remember that? Camp David that said we couldn't do it. It wasn't me. It was America. We did it. That's what America does. And people know America's acting out of character. Our nation is so much, and so many others. Our nation has asked so much, so many others as well. Doctors and nurses, helping service members to learn to walk again, eat again, speak again. The National Guard members who dropped everything to help their fellow Americans during the fires and hurricanes. The Marines guarding embassies around the world. The scientists making sure we have an edge over adversaries. Interpreters who make our missions possible. And perhaps most importantly, your families. They sacrifice so much. And I might add, the doctors and nurses. Excuse a point of personal privilege, as I used to say in the Senate. Came home I commuted every day. Every single day, over 2,100,000 miles on Amtrak because I lost my family when I first got here. My oldest son, one day I went home, he was the Attorney General. He said, "Dad, what are you doing Friday?" I said, "What do you want me to do?" He said, "Why don't you pin my bars on?" I said, "What?" He said, "You're married with 2 children." I said, "No, Dad, but someone's got to go." He spent a year in Iraq, won the Bronze Star, Conspicuous Service Medal. But like many others, he was exposed to those burn pits, which were within about half a mile of where he bunked. He had stage 4 glioblastoma like so many other of our folks. And I watched the nurses and the doctors who took care of him for so long. And by the way, I want to take a moment to speak to all military spouses, kids, and parents here today. Most Americans never see the sacrifices that you make every single day. They'll never see all those holidays and birthdays with an empty seat at the dinner table because mom or dad was deployed. They'll never see all the moves you had to make to new states, to new schools, to new jobs. But I see it, and Jill saw it. She made it her life's work. She's done everything big and small. Help military spouses find child care and build their own careers. By hanging photos, employed moms and dads outside classrooms of those National Guard folks. Because on every holiday, every time there's something going on, their moms or dads weren't there, but no one ever mentioned it. She started getting in every classroom in America to put a picture of an employed mom or dad outside the classroom. Even this morning, she held an event for joining forces, an historic White House initiative to support military and veterans' families. Because as a poet John Milton wrote, they also serve who only stand and wait. They also serve only stand and wait. So for the last time as Commander-in-Chief, I want to say thank you, thank you, thank you to all the families. We owe you. I've long said as a nation, we have many obligations. But I said we only have one truly sacred obligation, That's to prepare those we send into harm's way and care for them and their families when they come home and when they don't. Over the last 4 years, Kamala and I have worked to make good that obligation. We passed more than 40 bipartisan laws to support you, including something that I felt so strongly about, the passage of the PACT Act. We drafted that law and we passed it. Now, it's already helped over 1 million service members and their survivors, their children, their access, everything from college to health care. These people were exposed to toxins. In my generation to Agent Orange, my son's generation to burn pits. But we had to prove that what you had, with your disease, all the brain damage, all the brain cancers, were a direct consequence of those toxins or Agent Orange. But we changed that. I want to publicly thank the 9/11 Commission, all those folks, all those firefighters who were so badly, badly damaged because of the fumes and the toxins associated with the 9/11. And those of you who are the Vietnam generation, finally, all you had to prove is that stuff dropped on you and it didn't cause. They didn't have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt it caused your disease. Just state the fact and you're covered. We've invested over $1 trillion in our defense industry base. In real dollars, that's more than America did in any 4-year period during the Cold War. We've also invested record resources to fight the scourge of military suicide. No more calling and saying, my husband needs help. He needs help. Get an answer. We brought veterans' homelessness to record lows. Made historic changes in the military justice system, which has reduced the rates of sexual assault for the first time in nearly a decade. We ended the ban on transgender service. We took landmark steps to create more economic opportunities for military spouses. We expanded opportunities for women in combat roles. And I'm proud to have appointed the first woman as a service chief in the history of this country. Clap for that, folks, because she deserves it. I don't know about the rest of you guys, but the women in my family are a hell of a lot smarter than the men in my family. Look, if there's one thing I hope to take away from today, it's this. This is not hyperbole. You're truly the finest fighting force in the history of the world. That's not hyperbole, that's true. Everything I and others have asked of you, you've done. You've done with honor, commitment, grit, and guts. Let me close with a final request. I say it not as your president or commander-in-chief, I say it as a man who spent 50 years of his life serving his country in a different way. Remember your oath. My son, Major Bo Biden, used to call it home base. That's a set of principles of values that give you light in darkness, that guide you. It's true to the military, it's the best weapons, the best training in the world. We have the most cutting-edge ships, planes, and subs. We have the smartest, most well-trained force on earth. That's all critical. But that alone is not what makes us strong. This is not what brought Washington, this band of brothers together all those years ago. It's our values. I mean this sincerely, it's our values. American values. Our commitment to honor, to integrity, to unity, to protecting and defending not a person or a party or a place, but an idea, literally unlike, as a student official, I can say, unlike any other in human history. And that idea is the United States of America is unique in the world. Virtually every other nation in the world is based on geography, ethnicity, or religion, or some defining feature. We're the only nation in the world, only nation in history built on an idea that we're all created equal. We know the words by heart. We're endowed by our Creator with certain inalienable rights. Among them, life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness. That's the idea that generations of service members have fought for. An idea you have sworn an oath to defend. As a nation, we've never fully lived up to that idea, but we've never, ever, ever walked away from it. Our country is counting on you to ensure that that will always be true. As I said when I began, 1% of you defend 99% of the people across this nation. That's why you all deserve a special place in our hearts and in God's heart. May God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Pass and review. Honor guard. Pass in review. Right, backwards, face. Right shoulder, right wheel, arm.
All right, there you have it. That was the Department of Defense ceremony, a farewell ceremony, as you heard from President Biden just hours after he gave his farewell speech. We brought that to you right here on Live Now from Fox. The time now 3:25 on the East Coast and 12:25 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories and live events across the country and the world coming up all throughout the next several hours. Do have to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but a lot more coverage to get to in a matter of minutes. You're watching Live Now. And it looks like that live feed does continue, showing the farewell ceremony there for the Department of Defense. You saw it end, but it looks like there is another feed we pulled in that is showing the end of that ceremony. So I do want to pop up the audio and listen in.
Distinguished guests, this concludes today's farewell tribute in honor of our Commander-in-Chief, Joseph R. Biden, the 46th President of the United States. Please remain at your seats for the departure of the official party.
All right, there you have it. That is the farewell ceremony for the Department of Defense. You see President Biden just walking out alongside Vice President Kamala Harris and the Defense Secretary there, Lloyd Austin. A big crowd gathered to watch that ceremony. Again, a farewell ceremony. I do want to take a live look here from one of the many aerial cameras that we have coming in from Fox 11 LA. You can see it right there as they are zooming in on the damage as we continue to follow the latest on the wildfires that are burning in Los Angeles County and surrounding areas. Crews have been battling the major Palisades and Eaton fires for more than a week now. Dozens of looting arrests have been made in and around the fire zones, as those two fires alone have burned nearly 38,000 acres, destroyed more than 8,000 structures, and killed at least 24 people. Daniel Berlant is California's state fire marshal, joining us now live to discuss all of the latest here. Daniel, thank you so much for taking the time to join us. I know you do have a lot going on, so we definitely appreciate it.
Yeah, definitely been a busy week for our firefighters for sure, but we are making really good progress on a number of fronts. Despite this past week's wind conditions, we're getting a little bit of a reprieve, and that's why you're seeing more and more containment numbers going up and many evacuations beginning to be lifted.
And I did want to ask, can you go over some of the latest stats here that we have as far as the fires? Because we're seeing those containment numbers, as you mentioned, kind of go up quite a bit.
Yeah, our firefighters have been working tirelessly 24 hours a day since these fires started. Again, aided by Mother Nature and significant amount of resources, containment numbers are increasing. On the Eaton fire, increases of 10% containment, bringing it to 55% contained since yesterday. On the Palisades fire, up to 21%, a 2% increase overnight. And so we are making progress, but the winds have continued on and off to be a bit of a challenge. In fact, we still have a red flag warning in parts of Southern California and the northern mountains of Los Angeles, which continues to have us on high alert. But that's one of the reasons why we've brought in so many additional firefighting resources, not only to ensure that, again, our containment lines hold on the Eaton and the Palisades fire, but we are seeing new fires. In fact, overnight we had 11 new wildfires break out within the red flag warning area. And thanks to those pre-positioning resources and a quick initial attack, we were able to hold all of those fires, contain them, hold them all to less than an acre. So again, our firefighters have been busy on a number of fronts.
Do you see any sort of end in sight? As you mentioned, you know, obviously folks are paying very close attention to the winds over there. We're looking again at some of the aftermath, but do you see any end in sight, or is it too early to really tell?
Right now, looking at our weather forecast, we are expecting the winds in parts of Los Angeles and a little bit of Ventura County to end or start decreasing by mid-afternoon today. And that's going to give us several days of a window of opportunity to continue to strengthen our line and make sure that the containment numbers go up. Unfortunately, in the forecast over the next 7 days, we are expecting to see winds start to increase, likely on Monday, continuing to gradually go up into Thursday. This could bring another Santa Ana wind event. And so while that is still in the forecast, we are preparing now. We're going to continue to, again, build those containment lines, ensure we have firefighters positioned across Southern California. Since there are winds in sight, we want to make sure, again, as we have been doing, we attack these fires quickly.
And one thing I did want to ask, because you mentioned the Santa Ana winds, and so many people have mentioned that over the last week, they don't fully grasp exactly what it is, especially I'm over on the East Coast, so we don't hear a lot about it. But we're talking about some very powerful winds, right?
Yeah, Santa Ana winds and what we experienced last week brought gusts of up to 100 miles an hour. That is a hurricane category level wind. So picture being in a hurricane with no rain, lower humidity, dry conditions, and these extreme wind gusts. is going to fan anything that catches on fire, and that is exactly what it did. And that makes it a very difficult firefight for us. While we throw an aggressive initial attack on any fire, when we have winds at that explosive of a rate, it makes it very challenging. And that's where many of our firefighters have to go into rescue mode, just simply getting people out of harm's way, getting them evacuated, rescuing them. But again, these hurricane level winds pose a major challenge for us. But over the next couple of days, again, that's not going to be the case. We're going to use this window of opportunity with all of the resources that we have across Southern California to make sure that we continue the containment efforts.
I did want to ask, because a lot of people have said California, other states nearby, they're used to wildfires. Explain how this is just a little bit different, especially when you factor in the winds.
Yeah, California's dry Mediterranean climate has naturally always lent itself to wildfires, well before human civilization. But what is occurring here in our state is we are seeing a changing climate. We're seeing hotter temperatures. We're seeing longer peaks of what used to be called a fire season. Now it is year-round. You had hot temperatures, drought conditions, extreme weather events like we're experiencing. And so any fire that even would have naturally occurred 1,000 years ago now is able to burn at an explosive rate, causing significant damage and burning at a very different severity level. And that's why our strategy is really focused on ensuring, as we have, that we are investing in our fire protection resources. In fact, the governor has really doubled the size of our agency and our budget since 2019, increasing our fire protection, but also focusing on community preparedness, hardening our communities, hardening our homes, and also addressing at a landscape level our forest ecosystems. All of these things are part of our overall strategy, despite being in the face of a changing climate.
And so many people have lost their homes. We have seen so much destruction there, and you can see some of it live on your screen as Fox 11 LA is flying overhead. But I did want to ask you here, this is obviously also tough on the firefighters because they are working around the clock. So overall, from folks that you have spoken to, how are they doing?
Yeah, we're continuing to work hard to ensure that our firefighters are given time off. You know, the first couple of days of this firefight, firefighters were on the front lines for 48 plus hours. Again, imagine working 2 days straight, no breaks, hot conditions, wildfire and embers everywhere. But as a department and as a state, we've been really working to increase the number of firefighters that we have to ensure that we are able to rotate our crews, giving them time off. But obviously, this fire is only the 2025 edition of what we've been experiencing for about a decade now. And so making sure we're focused on the health and well-being of not only our communities, but also our own firefighters as they are seeing destruction like we've never seen before, but they're seeing it day in and day out. We are very much focused on the health and well-being of our firefighters while, again, staying focused on the fight ahead.
And my last question for you here before I let you go, I did want to ask, is there any message that you want to get across to people who are watching, not just there in California, but all over the country and really all over the world?
You know, it is so important that whether you live in California or any state in the United States, we are experiencing wildfires like we've never seen before outside of traditionally wildfire-prone areas. And so really all Americans need to be ready. And even if you're just, you live in the inner city and you're visiting somewhere beautiful in California or across the nation, take steps to prevent sparking a fire. Many of our fires here in California are accidentally sparked. So really the message here for all Californians, and again extended to all Americans, is be prepared now, be ready, be safe outdoors.
All right. Daniel Berlant, California State Fire Marshal, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here and discuss this further. Of course, stay safe out there. But again, thank you for being here.
Thanks.
And I do want to take a look at just some of the numbers here provided by the Los Angeles County Fire Department. They just posted this on Facebook a short time ago, saying the Palisades fire, at last check, 23,713 acres have been burned, and that fire now at 22% containment. The Eaton fire has burned about 14,117 acres, so the same number we've seen for quite a bit, 55% contained. As for the Hearst fire, contained underneath 800 acres there at 799. Now, there is some conflicting information coming in from various agencies. The Los Angeles County Fire Department and the mayor over in LA saying 98% containment, and we're hearing from other officials that it could be already at 100% containment. Either way, very close to being fully contained either way. We'll make sure to bring you any sort of updates as we get them. Do have to head to a quick break here at 3:41 on the East Coast and 12:41 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and you're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 3:44 on the East Coast and 12:44 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and the world. I do want to talk a little bit more about the situation that is ongoing over in the Middle East. Take a look at your screen right here, as we do know that a delegation of senior Israeli defense officials is expected to head to Egypt at some point tomorrow to coordinate the release of hostages as part of the ceasefire deal. That's according to the Times of Israel, coming in via Hebrew media. This is expected to be all about coordinating the release of the hostages, which last time happened via the Rafah crossing to Egypt, then over into Israel. Want to pop this up for you right here really quickly. That is a live look over Jerusalem. Now, President Biden did announce Wednesday that a ceasefire deal had been reached between Israel and the Hamas terror group. However, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said earlier today that a last-minute dispute with Hamas was holding up the Israeli approval of that deal. Again, I do want to pop up this statement for you, as Netanyahu's office said in a statement, quote, Hamas is backing out of the understandings and creating a last-minute crisis that prevents a settlement. The Israeli cabinet had been set to vote on the deal today, but Netanyahu's office said it will not convene until Hamas does back down. Now, during Biden's speech yesterday that we brought you in full right here on Live Now from Fox, he said that the American hostages held would be among the 33 released during the 6-week-long phase of the deal. Biden Also hopeful this would lead to the end of the Gaza war, though it only calls right now for a 6-week pause in the fighting. Again, that 6-week pause is phase 1 of what will be a 3-phase deal, but right now it is all in question as we wait to see what happens between Israel and Hamas. We were live on the air yesterday as we did see some of the airstrikes that were underway, some flashes there over the Israel-Gaza border. Again, we'll keep you updated right here on Live Now from Fox as it does develop. Do have to sneak in another quick 2-minute commercial break, but so much more coverage to get to in just a few. We'll be right back on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time 3:48 on the East Coast and 12:48 on the West Coast. We are all about live feeds here that are coming in from all over the country, but all over the world as well. So I do want to take a live look over in Spain as there is a ceremony that is officially underway. You can see that fire burning there in the distance as we're told dozens of horses jump over bonfires there in an annual celebration on the eve of St. Anthony's Day, that is Spain's patron saint of animals. This is taking place in a village there in Spain. As you can see, that celebration getting underway here. I'm not seeing any horses just yet, but a lot of people surrounding that bonfire. We'll bring you more of these live images as we do get them here on Live Now. In the meantime, do want to head out to an event that actually just wrapped up a short time ago. As we were listening in to President Biden's comments, we heard from Attorney General Merrick Garland giving his own farewell speech. Do want to pop up the audio here so we can listen in to that.
Thank you, Lisa. There is no one I would rather have worked with day in and day out to lead this department. The American people could not have asked for a better Deputy Attorney General to serve our country at this important time. Thank you, Elizabeth, Chris, Jolene, Vanita, for your kind words and for your extraordinary service to the department and the American people. To my family, you well know I would not be here today without your support. 4 years ago, when I returned to the Justice Department for the 5th time, I told you that it felt like I was coming home, and I meant it. I had first set foot in this department more than 4 decades before, the grandson of immigrants looking for work that would give me the chance to pay this country back for protecting them. And I found it. I found it in the company of dedicated men and women who start every day committed to doing nothing more or less than what is right. Not what is politically expedient, not what is easiest or most comfortable, but what is right. After that first tour, my career took a few detours, but I had the great good fortune to return to this department again and again and again. I had the opportunity to see it at every level, as a young special assistant, as an assistant U.S. attorney, as a supervisor in the criminal division, and as the principal associate deputy attorney general. So when I came back to the department as attorney general 4 years ago, I really did not think it possible that my respect and admiration for the people who work here could be any greater. But it is. I am simply in awe of what the public servants of this department across the country and around the world have done over the past 4 years to fulfill our mission, to keep our country safe, to protect civil rights, and to uphold the rule of law. I am grateful beyond words to each of you, so I will just say thank you. Thank you for the communities you have made safer, the threats you have disrupted, the people whose civil rights you have defended, the consumers and workers you have protected. Thank you for the way you have done that work, with integrity, skill, and compassion. And thank you for ensuring the Justice Department's adherence to the rule of law in everything you do. Each of us who comes to work at this department begins our period of service with an oath. It is an oath that I have taken many times in my career, and an oath that I have administered to others many more times. We swear that we will support and defend the Constitution of the United States, and that we will bear true faith and allegiance to the same. But bearing true faith and allegiance to the Constitution is not the end of our obligation. It is just the beginning. It is just the beginning because, as Attorney General Robert Jackson warned in this very hall 85 years ago, the same powers that enable the federal prosecutor to pursue justice also create the potential for grave injustice. Although our Constitution and laws include important constraints on law enforcement, they nonetheless grant law enforcement considerable discretion to determine when, whom, how, and even whether to investigate or prosecute for apparent violations of federal criminal law. To ensure fairness in the administration of justice, we must temper this grant of discretion with a set of principles that ensure we exercise our authority in a just fashion. We must understand that there is a difference between what we can do and what we should do. That is where our norms come in. Developed in the wake of the Watergate scandal and formalized over almost half a century, those norms are our commitment to constrain our own discretion so that our agents will begin investigations only when there is proper predication, and so that our prosecutors will bring charges only when we conclude that a jury will convict beyond a reasonable doubt and that the conviction will be upheld on appeal. In short, that we will make our law enforcement decisions based only on the facts and the law. Our norms are a promise to treat like cases alike, that we will not have one rule for the powerful and another for the powerless, one rule for friends and another for foes. They are a promise to ensure respect for the integrity of our career agents, lawyers, and staff, who are the institutional backbone and the historical memory of this department. They are a promise to ensure protections for journalists and law enforcement agencies, because a free press is essential to our democracy. Those norms include our commitment to guaranteeing the independence of the Justice Department from both the White House and the Congress concerning law enforcement investigations and prosecutions. We make that commitment not because independence is necessarily constitutionally required, but because it is the only way to ensure that our law enforcement decisions are free from partisan influence. We know that only an independent Justice Department can protect the safety and civil rights of everyone in our country. And we know that only an independent Justice Department can ensure that the facts and the law alone will determine whether a person is investigated or prosecuted. Those norms have been woven into the DNA of generations of DOJ employees, career and non-career alike. They are the commitments that ensure we will adhere not only to the letter of the law, but to the rule of law. It is the obligation of each of us to follow our norms, not only when it is easy, but also when it is hard, especially when it is hard. It is the obligation of each of us to adhere to our norms even when, and especially when, the circumstances we face are not normal. And it is the obligation of the Attorney General to insist on those norms as the principles upon which this department operates. It is the obligation of the Attorney General to make clear that the only way for the Justice Department to do the right thing is to do it the right way, that unjust means cannot achieve just ends. The Attorney General must ensure that this department seeks justice only with justice. And critically, it is the obligation of the Attorney General to understand that the Attorney General is only a temporary steward of this department and that its heart and soul is its career workforce. The Attorney General must not just lead this department's workforce, but must respect it, and when necessary, defend it. It is the responsibility of every employee of the Justice Department to do what is right, and it is the obligation of the Attorney General to have their backs when they do. That is what you have done, and that is the kind of Attorney General I have tried to be. On my first day back at the Justice Department 4 years ago, I said that working here is more than a job. It is a calling. I said that those of us who come to work here are united by our commitment to the rule of law and to seeking equal justice under law. We are united by our commitment to protecting our country, as our oath says, from all enemies, foreign and domestic. And we are united by our commitment to enforcing our country's laws and to ensuring the civil rights and civil liberties of our people. I also said that these would be the principles that would guide us not only in word, but also in deed.
All right, you're listening to that farewell speech from Attorney General Merrick Garland. We'll make sure to play more for you later on today, but I do want to take you out to a news conference that is live. This is all connected to those ballot box fires that we did cover a bit earlier on last year. Let's pop up the audio and listen in.
Portland Police Bureau. There's two primary reasons we've asked you all here today. First, we want to share some more information that we've learned about the devices that were used back in October during the ballot box attacks. And second, we need your help. We need more information from the public to help us identify a suspect. Before I get into that, I want to review some of the background on the case. So we're talking about 3 separate incidents. The first incident occurred on October 8th when a device was placed on a ballot box at the intersection of West 14th Street and Esther Street in Vancouver at about 3:45 a.m. On October 28th, a second device was attached to the side of a ballot box located on the north side of the Fisher's Landing Transit Center near Southeast 164th Avenue entrance at about 2:35 a.m. That same evening, a third device was attached to the side of the ballot box outside the Multnomah County Elections Office at the intersection of Southeast Belmont Street and 11th Avenue at about 3:08 a.m. We believe the suspect used thermite devices. Thermite devices are composed of metal shavings and iron oxide. Iron oxide is also known as rust. This is a very volatile mix that can burn as hot as 4,000 degrees Fahrenheit. The person responsible welded the devices using scrap metal for the exterior and then inserted thermite into the interior of the devices. Thermite looks like metal shavings or metal powder. Each device likely contained a coffee cup-sized portion of thermite. Welders sometimes use thermite to weld metal pieces together, but in the hands of someone who isn't focused on safety, thermite is extremely dangerous. I want to stress we are very concerned that the person who set these devices may end up hurting himself or others, other unsuspecting family members or neighbors. We don't know how the suspect interacts with others, but even a loner would likely spend extra time with family, friends, or others during the holiday season. Also, given the time that's passed between the incidents and now, the suspect may be less guarded about what he shares during these interactions. The suspect may have inadvertently exposed details that can help us. We're asking anyone in the Pacific Northwest who may have had unusual interactions with someone or observed unusual activity to come forward and help us identify the individual. SAC Harrington.
All right. Thank you, Doug. I have to emphasize we're very worried that this person may harm himself or others if he continues to experiment with thermite. We can't stress that enough. In addition to the physical risks, these devices can cause significant damage to homes, storage areas, or testing locations such as fields and forests. We have a list of factors we're asking people to look for and or to consider if they've observed such factors previously. No one single factor may indicate involvement, and likewise, the suspect may not show all of these factors. But no piece of information is too small. We take the tips, compare them to investigative information we've not yet released, and the information gaps we know remain. We ask that you let us evaluate the information you share to determine if your tip can help us move this case forward. Here are the factors we want you to consider. Changes in a person's emotional state, particularly as related to the case or the recent election. These changes could include increased anxiety, irritability, nervousness, excitability, or frustration. Changes in a person's normal routine, such as distancing from friends or family, or missing work or other normal activities. Demonstration of unusual behaviors, to include researching thermite, grinding metals, showing a new interest in welding small projects, and or collecting small scraps of metal such as nuts, bolts, and pipe end caps. Unusual interest in or knowledge of incendiary devices, especially those involving thermite. Unusual or unexplained storage of metal shavings and or burn damage to a home, storage area, or wilderness area. Unusual interest in this case, such as closely following the news coverage or expressing admiration of the person responsible. Increased fixation on the current political climate, especially as related to the recent election. Someone recently disposing of or stopping the use of a Volvo S60 sedan. As a reminder, the suspect was driving a black or dark gray 2003 or 2004 Volvo S60 sedan with a light-colored interior. The trim was worn. The car has a sunroof and dark aftermarket rims, and it's missing the Volvo logo normally affixed to the front grille. It's possible the suspect has done work to paint the car to change its color, repair the worn trim, or replace the aftermarket rims. The suspect may also have sold or tried to sell the car or disposed of it through other means. We believe the suspect is a man, but we're open to the slight possibility that the suspect is either a woman and or they have an accomplice, which could be either male or female. Now, the FBI is offering a reward of up to $25,000 for information leading to the identification, arrest, and conviction of the person responsible. We ask anyone with information to contact us by calling 1-800-CALL-FBI or reporting online at tips.fbi.gov. In addition, we want to remind you that Crime Stoppers of Oregon has offered a reward of up to $2,500 in this case. This case is a top priority for both of our field offices and our law enforcement partners. Election security is one of the FBI's highest national security priorities, and Americans have a right to expect free and fair elections. Finally, we want to again acknowledge our partners for their assistance, particularly the Vancouver Police Department and the Portland Police Bureau.
To do anything about it himself. In fact, Alan Glover has gone so far as to say that Jeff Lowe actually hired him and wanted him to kill Joe Exotic and Carol Baskin. And there's a detailed recantation of exactly how he was going to do that in his video that is online. James Garrison made many, many recordings that were withheld during the prosecution of this case that would have exonerated Joe. One of the things that I thought was so insightful is filing from the briefing in this case is we now know from undisclosed, newly discovered evidence that Garrison's government handlers scolded Garrison behind the scenes and even tried to alter the narrative that Garrison's recording.
A press release in the end of in November before the holidays, and we thought it was appropriate to do another one now to see if anybody has witnessed any new information that they may want to report, and then also let people know that even if it's like a small detail, it may be useful.
Do we believe the suspect is still in the area?
I don't.
Or do we even know that?
I don't know that we know that.
You know, for someone that carried out acts like these for the election, with the inauguration coming up, any concern that someone like this might act out again in advance of that?
Yeah, I mean, it is a possibility. In fact, you know, we're very worried about threats of all different natures against the inauguration and other significant events like that. We don't have any indication that this particular subject might do that, but one of the things that we continue to investigate is what the actual motive was behind this. And until we gain greater clarity on that, it's a little difficult to predict what else the suspect may be interested in doing.
Was the thermite discovered later after lab tests were done, or was that discovered right away?
I think. Well, you want to take that
I think there were indications that were thermite, but we hadn't confirmed it at the time, so we have at this point. We wanted to make sure we shared that with everyone.
Is thermite easily accessible? Could anybody get their hands on this? Or?
I think thermite is pretty easily made. You know, it's a compound where you need heat, and then you need iron oxide, and then you need metal shavings. So and that's no secret.
That was actually the question. Obviously, this has been very widely covered. Is there anything from the FBI that you wish media outlets were focusing more on to help catch the suspect?
We appreciate you all being here today so that we can share this information. Like, there's additional information that we're sharing, and I think when people see like the level of the information, then maybe they may have noticed something that they didn't think was important before, but now they may want to share with us. And we expect, based on the engagement with you today, that we will receive help from the public, and that's what we're looking for.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I just want to add one thing on that. Like, I would ask you again to kind of focus on some of the key facts that we have shared on this. When you're talking about this, that would be very helpful to us. You know, again, those behavioral changes that I ran through, the details about the car, and then, of course, information about people who may be, working with or looking into thermite and welding.
Obviously, there's no upcoming election that we need to be concerned about. But moving forward, if you're not able to catch the suspect, do either FBI offices intend to bolster security in the next election?
I think this has always been a high priority for us, and we take a variety of different measures, including engagement with election officials, engagement with the community in the run-up to one of these things, as well as working with our partners to evaluate security around an election. So it has always been a priority for us, and I think you can continue to see that going forward. Doug, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I would just add that you probably noticed that after these events occurred, our partners did step up security around the ballot box locations in the areas that we thought might be threatened. So I think that's a consistent response that you would see, but we're working very hard on this case. We're putting a lot of resources toward it, so our expectation is to eventually identify the individual and bring him to justice.
What charges could they be facing?
There's a number of charges on both the federal and local side that could be applied to this.
Have you seen the use of thermite and other type of alleged arson attacks?
Right now, this particular incident, we haven't connected it to any other cases that we're working.
Were you able to obtain any other surveillance video close to those ballot boxes and review that footage?
We can't comment on all the video we have, but what I can tell you is like the best video that we have in terms of the images of the perpetrator have been pushed out through you guys.
Any last questions? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you so much for being here today.
All right, a fairly brief news conference there with the FBI. Federal officials giving what they said was an update here on the ballot box fires that took place over in Oregon and Washington. However, really what they're looking for is the public's help. We're going to keep you updated, though, as we get more information. This, of course, happening months ago, and we brought you all of that from authorities, not just federal, but local, as this did play out. Again, if there are any other news conferences or updates, we'll bring those to you as we always do right here on Live Now from Fox. Do want to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break now at 4:13 on the East Coast and 1:13 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and the world. We'll be right back in just Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 416 on the East Coast and 116 on the West Coast. Taking a live look here inside the office of Vice President Kamala Harris, who we are told in a matter of moments will be there to sign her desk. We're going to bring that to you live as it does happen here, but she's over in the Eisenhower Executive Office building. You can see right there on your screen where she will be sitting in a matter of moments. And again, we will make sure to bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox as it does get underway. Do want to head to another story that we are following right now. This one coming in out of Dallas, Texas, and that is a live look over Dallas at this hour here. We did hear from the attorney for billionaire Jerry Jones and the Dallas Cowboys, who held a press conference as we were showing you the other one with the ballot box fires. These happened simultaneously. He did release, he says, explosive evidence in Joseph Maldonado, a.k.a. Joe Exotic's case, proving his innocence. Now, if you know anything about that case, it was profiled there in Tiger King over on Netflix. So you probably heard a little bit about that, Carol Baskin, a lot of different names. But I do want to take you out to that news conference that, again, just wrapped up, only about 10 minutes in length. But that is where this new evidence was discussed.
Take a second. He's almost ready. I'm not going to keep y'all for long. I know everybody's got stuff to do.
I get paid the same.
That's awesome. All right, everybody's good now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, here we go. Hey, thank you all for being here today. I know my client, Joe Maldonado, greatly appreciates it. As pretty much everyone seems to know, Joe Maldonado, also known as Joe Exotic, was a gay gun-toting redneck from Oklahoma who got thrust into stardom when a TV show that he was the subject of went viral back during the pandemic. To give you some timeline that a lot of people don't know, Joe was arrested for the crimes I'm going to talk about today in September of 2018. He was convicted by a jury in 2019. He was sentenced to 22 years in federal prison in January of 2020. The Tiger King premiere was March 20th of 2020. So Joe was already sentenced, and he'd been incarcerated since 2018 at the time it came out. In fact, for many years, he had not even seen the television show that focused on his life. Most of the footage you see in Tiger King of Joe was filmed years before for other sources and other things. They were going to do a documentary on Joe. Obviously, and I think you're going to see this today, the entire murder for hire deal made for a better television show than just the regular documentary. But something you'll find out today during this press conference that's very clear is Joe Maldonado, Joe Exotic, did not hire anyone to murder anyone. The timing of this today is important because Joe wants President Trump, that has spoken about this in the past, to once again hear these facts and bring his plight to the public eye. He's sitting in a federal prison medical facility in Fort Worth right now. I visited with him, obviously. He's in good spirits, but he's also very, very disappointed that with what I'm about to tell you, his case has not gotten more attention or treatment where he's free today. Joe Exotic needs to be freed. My involvement in this matter began when I met some people that were very close to Joe, that had filmed him as far back as 2012 and had known him for many years, and kind of brought to my attention that I'd never known facts about Joe's conviction that were absolutely disturbing to me. I'm only going to talk about 3 of those main points today. If you want to see any of the evidence that backs this up, the videos, the documents, they're all on joeexoticofficial.com. And the actual court filings, The videos, the recordings I'm going to discuss are posted at that address so you can go and see them for yourself. Point one today, he was convicted of a murder for hire, except there's a problem with that. No one was killed, no one was paid, and no one, except for Joe, was ever charged. That includes the alleged hitman. That doesn't make any sense. So how did we ever get here? Well, that's point two. It's the witnesses that were presented against Joe. The main witnesses against Joe were Alan Glover and James Garrison. Both of these gentlemen were promised deals and given leniency in prosecution, as well as a guy named Jeff Lowe, who was not called as a witness, was absolutely critical in the prosecution of Joe, were all promised deals by the government. These deals were not written. They weren't documented deals. They were promised deals, and you can see the effects. We see the effect today simply from the fact that none of these individuals have been charged with any of the crimes related to this. Further, all of them have now admitted that they perjured themselves when they were talking to the government. I know that sounds crazy, but if you'll look at the website I talked about, the actual recordings are there where these guys sit down and say, when I testified before the jury that Joe told me to do this, and Joe said to kill that, and Joe said he'd pay me this, I lied. It says it that plainly. It's amazing when the guys have said those sorts of things that Joe wasn't granted a new trial. It seems impossible, but you have to read these opinions and things for yourself to understand it's true. I'll take them one at a time. Alan Glover is the alleged hitman. Alan Glover testified to all of the details at trial that were necessary for Joe to be prosecuted for murder for hire, basically saying Joe paid him to go and murder Carol Baskin, and he gave a bunch of details. But then, with every single detail that he gave, he later came back and recanted that, both in recorded statements and in an affidavit that was filed with the court where he said he perjured himself. Why did he do that? He perjured himself because he was worried and he was scared that he himself was going to be prosecuted. And he felt like if he did whatever the government wanted him to do, that he wouldn't suffer the consequences of his crime and he wouldn't be prosecuted. And so, frankly, he just made up lies about Joe. James Garrison, another gentleman who was in the government's eye. And the government and the government's informants worked with him saying they had to get the evidence on Joe. It was clearly, when you see the recordings that James Garrison made, it demonstrates that Joe was going along and agreeing with an idea that James Garrison had and Jeff Lowe had about murdering Carol.
All right, so what you're listening to right there is a news conference out of Dallas, Texas. But I want to pop up this live image here that we now have of Kamala Harris as she does sign her desk drawer. Looks like she's making some comments. Let's pop up the audio.
Extraordinary work on behalf of the people. And as you all have heard me say many times, I am fully aware that I am the public face of a lot of our work. And so I have the benefit of running into people all over our country who thank me. And I will tell you, I am fully aware that when they are thanking me, they are thanking our team for the extraordinary commitment that you each have and as a team have to lifting up the American people, lifting up their condition, lifting up their hopes and dreams, and understanding through it all, the nobility of public service. We have each taken on a life and a calling that is about doing work in the service of others and doing it in a way that is fueled, yes, with ambition, yes, with a sense of almost stubbornness about not hearing no, and knowing we can make a difference. And I'm not going to go through the laundry list of all of our accomplishments. We know what they are. But I will tell you that everyone here has so much to be proud of. and our work is not done. And as you all know me, because we have spent long hours, long days, and months and years together, it is not my nature to go quietly into the night. So don't worry about that. But the ceremony of signing this desk is something that is especially important. So I hope everyone will get a chance to see the desk. But I have actually, I think with the exception of Truman and Eisenhower, met every person who has signed this desk, every vice president, former vice president. And, you know, we don't all, all of them. In fact, I talked to Mondale, Vice President Mondale, just days before he passed. And I will say that although many of us might have disagreed, me and some of the previous vice presidents, on certain matters, policy matters, I think we all probably have shared a very common experience that is a through line as evidenced by the fact that we have this tradition of signing this desk since 1940, I believe. And it is the work of caring about our country. It is the work of understanding we hold these offices in the public trust with the duty and the responsibility to uphold the oath we take, to respect, to defend the Constitution of the United States, to do our work on behalf of the people of the United States. And so I stand in a long tradition as the 49th Vice President of the United States, in a long tradition of vice presidents who have signed this desk, and I do so with great honor and with the knowledge that our work here has mattered, it has meaning, it has impacted people we may never meet, people who may never know our name, but who are ever, forever grateful for the work that you each and we all together have done. So I thank you all, and with that, I'm going to pull out the Sharpie. All right.
I'm taking pictures now.
Come on.
Press right this way. Thank you, everybody. Press, come this way.
Press right this way.
Right this way.
Just, we're going to continue getting work done until Monday, and then I'll keep you posted. Thanks, everyone.
All right, there you have Vice President Kamala Harris doing what is now a tradition as she signs that desk drawer over in the Eisenhower building. We, of course, did hear from President Biden a bit earlier on today as he gave some comments over at the Department of Defense farewell ceremony. It's likely we'll play those comments for you again a bit later on today if you did miss them. The time now 4:29 on the East Coast and 1:29 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and the world. We are going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but so much more coverage to get to in a matter of minutes. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox 432 on the East Coast and 132 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and the world. We have been covering the wildfires burning now for more than a week across Los Angeles County, and I do want to get you the latest numbers here. The Palisades fire has now officially burned 23,713 acres. It is at 22% containment. The Eaton fire has burned 14,117 acres and is 55% contained. The Hearst fire, 799 acres have burned, and there is some conflicting information because the Los Angeles County Fire Department says that the Hearst fire is 98% contained. We heard from L.A. Mayor Bass. She said the same thing a bit earlier on today, but other agencies in that area say it might be at 100%. But either way, it is either close to or at full containment. But the two major fires that we are still keeping an eye on are the Palisades fire and Eaton fire. Caroline Elliott with Fox News has been out there and brings us the latest.
Break and strong winds to put out some of these hot spots and investigate what caused these wildfires across Southern California. Rescue workers combing through rubble that once was a neighborhood. They're looking for anyone still missing and salvaging items left behind by those who evacuated.
We're working throughout this whole area, very detailed.
As that work continues, firefighters are racing to put out hot spots that could burn into the roots of trees and linger there until strong winds move through Los Angeles again next week.
There are extreme hazards and extreme heat that still lie around the perimeter and the interior of this fire.
The focus also shifting to how the Palisades and Eaton fires started. The ATF and arson investigators were spotted at the presumed origin of the Palisades fire on Wednesday, looking for clues.
We also have special agents that are out there pounding the pavement, going door to door, asking for home surveillance, people who called 911, people who saw anything or didn't see anything.
The LA County Sheriff says it's made dozens of arrests so far for fire-related crimes such as burglary. Governor Gavin Newsom and the new LA District Attorney also warned there will be swift punishment for price gouging.
Your name will get out there. Your company's name will get out there. You will be publicly shamed.
Yesterday, Governor Newsom signed an executive order to fast-track the cleanup of any damaged or destroyed homes. In Los Angeles County, Caroline Elliott, Fox News.
Caroline, thank you so much, and we'll be in touch, of course, with our Fox 11 LA team and bring you their live coverage a bit later on, as we have been over the last week. We do have to sneak in another quick 2-minute commercial break, but on the other side, we are going to take you out to an event that wrapped up a bit ago. This is over in Washington, D.C., and it's all related to that potential TikTok ban that could actually take effect on Sunday. We are just days away. That's coming up here in just a couple. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 437 on the East Coast and 137 on the West Coast, taking a live look at a very dark Capitol building over in Washington, D.C., where in just a matter of days, it does appear that TikTok could potentially be banned. This has been a topic that we have been discussing for months at this point. Now, we did actually hear a bit earlier on today from U.S. Senator Ed Markey. He is a Democrat from Rhode Island, and he spoke about TikTok in the context of the introduction of a bill that aims to extend that ban deadline. Again, that is Sunday. Let's pop up the audio here and listen in to his comments.
Welcome. Thank you all for joining us. I'm joined with my partner, Senator Cory Booker of New Jersey, on this very important issue of the TikTok ban going into effect on Sunday, just 3 days from now. And he and I are partnered to make sure that we keep TikTok alive, that we have more time for TikTok to be able to survive. In less than 3 days, the TikTok ban will take effect with serious consequences for 170 million users, for 7 million businesses in our country that rely upon the platform. And I'm committed to avoiding that fate. And that's why earlier this week, with Senator Booker, along with Senator Wyden, we introduced the Extend the TikTok Deadline Act, and we're joined now by Senator Van Hollen. We're joined by Congressman Ro Khanna over on the House side in order to build the movement, to build the momentum so that we can save TikTok and extend the deadline by which ByteDance must sell TikTok and give them an additional 270 days so that we can work it out. And so today, Senator Booker, Senator Van Hollen, and I have sent a letter to President Biden urging him to trigger a provision in the statute to extend the TikTok deadline by 90 days. TikTok has become an integral part of our lives, and that's 170 million Americans. That's over half of our population. It's 65% of all adults in the United States are on TikTok. And to put that in perspective, that TikTok user base exceeds the Super Bowl's viewing audience by 50%. That's how many people use TikTok in our country. A ban on TikTok would have devastating repercussions for those users. Many depend on the app for their livelihood, and many struggle to afford basic needs like rent, groceries, or medical care. And for others, TikTok provides vital community support and creates a space to share their stories, especially during the emergencies like the Los Angeles fires. Its loss would leave many isolated. Right now, many in that community are building new communities. They're actually keeping their businesses open using TikTok. And we should not be cutting off that vital tool in Los Angeles right now and in other parts of the country. So from my perspective, and let me be clear, TikTok has its problems. Like every social media platform, TikTok poses a serious risk to the privacy and the mental health of our young people. In fact, TikTok paid a fine for violating my law, the Child Online Privacy Protection Act. And just a few years ago, and last year, I sent a letter to the Department of Justice urging it to quickly review the allegations that TikTok had violated my law once again. And I'm going to continue to keep TikTok accountable for what they do to teenagers and children in our country. But what they're doing is no different than what Facebook is doing, what Instagram is doing, what all the American social media companies are doing. They're in no different situation. There's a great mental health, teenage and children's private crisis in our country, and the Surgeon General is pointing the finger at social media, but they're not pointing it just at TikTok. They're pointing it at everybody. So that doesn't solve that problem. We need a whole separate solution to that, and that was my bill that got killed 4 weeks ago on the Senate floor in the last week. That's taken on big interest in our country. A TikTok ban would impose serious consequences on millions of Americans who depend upon the app for social connections and their economic livelihood. And that's why yesterday I requested that the Senate pass the Extend the TikTok Deadline Act by unanimous consent. Unfortunately, two of my Republican colleagues objected. Using hyperbolic language, they argue that ByteDance uses TikTok to indoctrinate young Americans with anti-American and pro-Chinese ideas. Proponents of the TikTok ban often argue that the platform is, quote, brainwashing Americans. But when I pointed out that a senior intelligence official had filed a declaration before the District of Columbia Court of Appeals, acknowledging that the intelligence community had, quote, no information that ByteDance had manipulated content on TikTok to support China, my colleagues didn't even know what I was talking about. So here it is. This is an under oath declaration by in the intelligence community of the United States that they have no information that ByteDance has manipulated the content. None. So we have time. We have an ability to be able to work on this issue. There is no reason why TikTok has to go dark in 3 days. So it's telling that they're not even aware of this admission by the intelligence community, that information compromise has not happened. And it's also further evidence that the rushed process that was used in Congress, where there was no specific vote in the Senate on this issue. There were no hearings in the Senate on this issue. There was no debate on this issue in the Senate. There was no expert testimony in the Senate on this issue. It was a rush to judgment without having heard all of the facts. And that's all that we're asking for. We're asking for more time. We're asking for an ability to be able to try rationally to resolve this issue so that TikTok does not go dark. So that's the issue, that's the place where we're at right now. We have a chance to do something about it. Senator Booker and I are asking President Biden to exercise his authority in order to extend the deadline by 90 days. We're willing to work with President-elect Trump and try to extend that deadline as well. This should be bipartisan. This should not be an issue which we are debating. And even as we're debating, TikTok users are flocking to a Chinese app with no reported presence in the United States. That's what's happening in our country right now. So it's time to take a breath, try to step back, buy some time, try to figure this out rationally, but in no way should we have TikTok go dark on Sunday. It would be catastrophic.